Here it is.
Centaurs have two rib
A new
cages.
year. Wait, what? Fuck. Are you sure? It's not just one rib kit? All right. All right. It's a new year. We're back. Welcome back to the stream. The first stream of 2024. I know. It's crazy to think 2020 was 4 years ago. Ooh, Jesus, man. Anyone else have this weird feeling like when someone says like, oh yeah, that happened 2017, you were like, oh, so like 2 years ago? I feel like that might just be me actually at this point. You know, everybody seems to have a grasp on this except for me, but hey, regardless, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for the first time in 2024. Entities, thank you for the tier 1 for 11 months, bro. Holy shit. That's a long ass time. I appreciate that. Also, you are right. You are correct. Centaurs do have two rib cages, much like any other animal that you find on the abomination side of D&D. A lot of them have multiple rib cages. It's good for keeping it all in, you know, when adventures come your way. So it is indeed a brand new year. What does that mean? What does that mean for the stream? It means lots of things. New projects, new release dates. Oh yeah. Announcements, maybe even the first Eldara cinematic trailer. It's a big year, I'm telling you. Epic music, I try, Penguin, I try. It's important to me to feel more important than I am in the mornings when I stream. So yeah, that's the idea. Anyway, I graduated from high school in 2017. Also ran away to South Africa for a month that year. See, there you go. 2017, not too long ago, apparently. Still, no, that was like 7 years ago or some shit, right? That was a long time ago. 2017 is a lot of years ago. It's weird, honestly, because I started streaming in 2020, and that does not feel like almost 4 years ago. But I started streaming in 2020 in April or May. 4 years ago. Have I gotten better at art in 4 years? I don't know. We'll have to take a look. But good morning, Guap. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? No one has a solid grasp on time. 2024 years ago. It is. The year 2000 was 24 years ago, and I'm gonna be 34 this year. So I'm gonna be 34 this year. I was born in 1990, so anytime I think about my age, it's the current year plus 10. So there's people out there who are like fully functioning, you know, adults that were born in the new millennium. People who haven't been born with a 1 in front of their year name. So that's crazy though. It is crazy to think, because back when, you know, I remember honestly the turn of the millennium. I remember it. We called it Y2K for some reason. Other old people will remember it, but yeah, the young people have no idea. There's people out there who are like, you know, serving their country. There's people who are like managing finances. There's people out there who are protecting the streets. There's people out there who are stopping fires. There's people out there who are running servers or some shit. I don't know what people do. People doing important jobs that weren't actually born in the 1990s. It's crazy. You know, it's crazy to think, but that's what happens when you know, another year rolls on. It just sort of happens, which means we are in the roaring 20s right now. But people will refer to this era as the 20s, which is strange, because when you think about the 20s, you think about the 1920s. But you know, like it's just kind of weird. But it's okay. It's okay, because I think that I am okay with how time is advanced and how technology and the world and culture is advanced, mostly because it's all still relative, you know, and it's not anything to worry about. You just do your thing, you know. Who cares what year it is? Who cares when certain things were? And you won't make it anyway. So, you know, that's the way it goes. Nick, it's good. How are you, my friend? Feels close, but it was 7 years ago. I know, bro. Arena World build, probably Senex. That's the plan. I don't know. There's lots of plans this year. We're gonna talk about some things, some projects this stream. So maybe not as much today, but probably actually a little bit later. But after the intro, at least. People partake in the devil's fruit juice. Yeah, there you go. We almost quartered my way through the 21st century. I don't have my Jetsons flying car yet, dude. We were. That's the one thing I'm bummed about. Atari, if we were born, people who were born in the 1900s were planned the 1900s. We were promised and planned on the new millennium being a futuristic, dystopian, cyberpunk era. We were promised flying cars. We were promised androids. We were promised AI. We were promised tall buildings with neon signs on them. We were promised I don't know, a lot of things I feel like that haven't gotten delivered, because it pretty much feels like any other, you know, any other century, I guess, in a lot of ways when you look outside. Not much has changed in the last, I don't know, 60 years as far as the overall cityscape and townscape that I live in. But hey, that's okay, because we just gotta wait until the later half of the 21st century. You know, the era of the Jetsons flying cars is upon us. We have to go through cyberpunk first, though, but we'll get there when we get there. We were promised a lot of things. True, we were also promised affordable housing. jeez. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I feel like we were promised a lot of things that we didn't get. But what we do have is we do have AI girlfriend apps. So, you know, we have AI girlfriend apps. What do you... That's pretty good, you know? You can get a little... There's like Japanese company that makes these like anime girl holograms, you know? And they're in this little like box or whatever. And then you come home and like they'll like welcome you home and shit. So... You know, the need for human connection has never been less, I guess. I don't know, man. I just to be fair though, if you told me when I was like 10, 12, whatever, that I would have the capacity to broadcast across the world independently, I wouldn't have believed you. You know, broadcasting was something that was left to big TV companies and whatever. So I guess this stream existing is a testament to our new age of technologies. That's pretty cool. I don't know. I'm benefiting from it, I suppose. Also, not a peasant serving Wayland Yutani. So there's that. Would you rather be a peasant serving Wayland Yutani? Yes, until the Xenos come. So, you know. I just want my post-scarcity future of Star Trek. Yeah, that'd be great. We have to go through certain phases first. I think we have to go through... We have to go through a cyberpunk dystopia first. Then we have to go through, like, the burgeoning sort of, like, return to sort of grimdark feudal society. Then we get our post-scarcity Star Trek. And then after that, we get our Lost Tech, Battletech era with giant mobile mech suits that fight each other across the galaxy. So that's what I'm looking forward to. So I probably won't be around for that, but you never know, man. Maybe they'll reconstruct my consciousness based on all these Twitch VODs. Those Neon Signs was just the 80s. Oh wait, did we already get through that then? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess we're further along than we thought, you know. To be fair, I think in the 70s and 80s, there was so many advancements and so much, like, forward-focusing momentum. Like, 60s, 70s, 80s. So much forward-facing momentum that I think that people thought that, like, oh, yeah, another 30 years? Dude, in the 2010s? Are you kidding? We have the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. By 2020, we're going to be like a futuristic society. Because things were progressing quite a bit. Little did anyone know that the 90s would be the era of grunge, punk rock, and a return to I don't know, vintage style entertainment. And the 2000s would just be wasted on the internet, and the 2010s would be, yeah, I don't know, it's a whole thing. But I understand how people thought so highly of the future. Now I think if you ask somebody to make like a futuristic science fiction like film or whatever, they wouldn't set it in like 2020 or 2050 or whatever. We'd set it in like 2380. You know, we'd have a pretty good idea of like, we're not gonna set this like 30, 40, 50 years in the future. No, we're gonna set it like 400 or something. It's probably more responsible, but yeah, affordable. That's all we need in life, surely. No, stop, Blaze. We're supposed to go outside. GFFs aren't good enough for me to feel loved yet. Oh, I mean, have you tried uploading your entire message history so that they can customize their AI algorithm to you? That's what you got to do if you really want one of the AI GF apps to really, you know, make you feel like another person loves you in this world, this cruel world of a digital age. But you know, Guapo, don't worry about it. Who needs a GF app when you have the rest of the mods? I can get churros when I want. I'd say this the future's looking bright. That's true, actually. Can I get churros? I don't think I can get churros when I want, unfortunately. So maybe in Canada we're living kind of in the archaic dark ages. Then I think there's probably like a, you know how like there's like an economic index, like the Big Mac index or whatever, like how expensive or cheap is a Big Mac in like different countries. I think that for like progress there should be like a churro index. Like how accessible is a churro? You know, can you or like maybe a vending machine index. You know, like if you wanted a bottle of like Coca-Cola, like how long would it take you to get it, right? Which clearly puts Japan at the forefront of things, which have vending machines everywhere. I've seen vending machines in places there should not be vending machines. in Japan. But you know what? I appreciate the convenience. I saw a vending machine in a temple graveyard once. Kind of ruined the ambiance, you know, to have this like glowing Boss coffee vending machine just in the corner, you know, right beside some like 300-year-old samurai graves or whatever. But look, it's great for them. They're living the future. What's up, Ashy? I love you as long as you sub with Twitch Prime. Yeah, that's the way these apps will work, you know. Oh, wait, do we already have that then? Do we not need an app for this? Like an AI powered app? Do we just need Twitch streamers? Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know that. Yeah. All right. Well, it is 2024. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you had a good one. I didn't go out and do anything on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. I'm not much of a New Year's Eve kind of guy. You know, everyone that I know when I was growing up that basically demonstrated what you're supposed to do on New Year's Eve went out and basically just got absolutely plastered, completely wasted, and then New Year's Day they didn't have to work, so they slept hungover. That's a lot. It sounds like a lot. So yeah, I never really went to New Year's Eve parties. I've never been concerned about drinking champagne and smooching a hottie on New Year's Eve. None of that stuff has ever been in the back of my mind. I did used to play board games with my parents when I was young on New Year's Eve, and then as I got older, we started playing D&D on New Year's Eve. But then that stopped because we all got old. And then now I go to bed early. So I wasn't actually, I was in bed before midnight on New Year's Eve, and I got woken up, rudely awoken by fireworks out. Like, who the fuck? You're not allowed to have fireworks. Fireworks are legal in Canada for personal like ownership. I don't know how you guys in America go like procure fireworks. I don't know if there's just like a fireworks store or if you get them at like, you know, the CVS or whatever when it's that time of year or some shit. I don't know where you get fireworks, but in Canada you can't get fireworks. It's just not legal. You know, we just said we don't trust you idiots. Y'all are gonna blow your hands off or run a firecracker into the fucking neighbor's cat or whatever, and it's not gonna be good. So basically you can't get it here. It's you know, very the average person can't walk into a store and get it. But somebody was illegally setting off fireworks in a very close by field where you definitely can't set off fireworks here. And although Ella said it was pretty because she was like glancing out the window, like in between where the blind is and the bottom of the window, she could barely see it, you know. But Yuna, on the other hand, did not appreciate it. So I woke up because of the fireworks, and then Ella woke up because of Yuna, like kind of like sleep barking at the fireworks. Like she heard something in the night and she wanted to kind of give it like a growl and a bit of a bark because she knew it wasn't right, but she also was kind of tired, so she didn't really want to give it her all or anything or get up or worry about it too much. So that woke Ella up. So I was awake for New Year's for the first moments of 2024. But I don't have any resolutions this year. I don't know. I'm not a big resolution guy, but I think they're good. I think there's like a hate for New Year's resolutions that I don't understand. I don't understand this hate for New Year's resolutions. I think any artificial time to give yourself a bump in your motivation or your resolve, let's say. Motivation, not the right word, but I think resolve, a bump in your resolve to get something improved in your life. I think New Year's is a great time to do that. It's like, how would you divide the epochs of your life? You divide it by like either the year or maybe every birthday, things like that, you know. And I think that saying, hey, new year, I'm gonna try these things is great. I mean, I've done many things in my life based on a new year. I mean, I started painting again in 2020 on New Year's. I said I'm going to start this year. I'm going to start painting, and then 4 months later I started streaming. And then 2 years ago I said that I was going to start losing weight, and since then I've lost like 90 pounds. Not as much as I would have liked or could have lost between then and now, but like a substantial amount of weight that I've lost. So I think I might try and figure out some New Year's resolutions this year. You're a GF app? Oh, okay, good. I was worried that I wasn't providing enough for the viewers. It's illegal bar certain holidays in most places. Wait, really? Fire store is a thing. You can actually go to the fireworks store. Really? That's actually a place that you can go to. Wait, actually, Ella. Oh my God, 45 months. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. I'm not thanking Ella for the sub, especially not the tier 3. Around the holidays, they're available everywhere, though. Really? So you can just get them at like the local, like, I don't know, drugstore or whatever. They sell them in a PetSmart parking lot. Okay, all right. All those, where are the good ones that you want to get? How much are fireworks? Like, if you want to get, you know, like the boxes. I've seen Twitch streamers around 4th of July, like Twitch streamers like SFan and like the Texas crew. They will buy fireworks for 4th of July and they'll live stream the display or whatever. And they buy these like boxes where you like light the box on fire. You light the fuse on fire and then it like does this fireworks show for like a minute and a half or whatever. Like, how much is that shit? Is that like $20 or is that like 1,000? Like, what are we talking about for the little boxes of fireworks that have the fucking display or some shit? Because this is all new to me, man. It's every American God-given right to make things explode. God bless you. God, I love America. Stores, little vendor booths, etc., but illegal in some places, should be illegal in most. That's maybe fair. I don't know. I think it's fine. How many house fires are there every year from fireworks? I like New Year's resolutions because why are you waiting before doing the thing you want to do it? I think that it's fine. Like, I think a lot of people need like a timing thing for it to work out, which is why I think it's maybe they're a little bit silly sometimes. But I think New Year's resolutions are they can be strong with people. I don't know. Never succeeded in a resolution, so I do new stuff when I feel like it, which some people, yeah, definitely some people will do better like that. Hate for New Year's resolutions is hate for inability to follow through on them. I started doing yearly themes as described by CGP Gray. What is that? I'm confused. I need more information on this, Garthan. The first person I've heard who actually followed through on a New Year's resolution? Really? Yeah, I don't know. I think I've known lots of people who've like said that they're gonna do something or whatever, you know, on New Year's, and then they you know, successfully report back to our friend group or whatever in late December and say, hey, you guys remember last year when I said that I was gonna paint my backlog of Warhammer? And I'm like, no. And I'm like, oh, well, I said I was gonna do that in January and I finished my backlog this week. And you're like, oh, cool, that's neat. I don't know. So no, I think yeah, the New Year's resolutions are a little bit silly, but I think that they're actually like, I think there's some validity in saying that you want like a fresh restart. You know, there is a certain thing about January that has some ideas of renewal in it, like fresh start, a new beginning. You know, the holidays are past, you put away the Christmas decorations, you're in the dead of winter, it's cold, it's dark, you're sort of in the capsule of your own, I don't know, your own little tank or whatever, that you can start thinking about doing things or whatever. You know, you're not distracted, there's no plans or whatever. So I think it's pretty good. I don't know. Self-discipline is admirable. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been hard. I could have done better though, and I you know, I kind of beat myself up occasionally when I think about it. But this year, I mean, I guess all right, let's make some resolutions. So this year I want to try and lose, let's just say, if I do an average of 45 pounds each year, I could probably do more. I'm going to try and lose the rest of my weight this year, if I can. Like most of it. I'm going to try and lose the majority of my weight this year. That's what I want to do this year. I also want to start painting, you know, a little bit of artistic goals. I think I want to start painting more this year. I started painting, actually. Check shit out. I started painting. Ooh, look at this. Ooh, environment concept art. Ooh, Evan's painting again. What the fuck? Evan's actually painting, not just sketching. Crazy, man. So I started that yesterday. So I want to start painting more. I want to fill up my world anvil. What else do I want to kind of focus on this year? I don't want to make like goals like I have to do this or else, but things that I want to focus on. Maybe I want to focus a little more on writing. I want to focus on, obviously I'm not going to start focusing on fitness because I have been focusing on the last, you know, 2 years, so it's not like I need to start anything there. But I want to do better at it. I want to paint more. What else? I want to write more. I want to get the adventures out. The adventures need to be published this year. The adventures must be published. There's no way around it. You can buy a bundle of small fireworks fountains for like $25. Only $25? Oh, maybe that's why it's so dangerous, because they're so accessible. People who drive by houses and throw fireworks out and drive away, so frustrating and stupid. That's, yeah, okay, that's pretty bad. Maybe it is a better idea to not have fireworks. I don't know. It always just seems so cool, right? You like, you know, all the neighbors setting off fireworks in their backyards in the middle of some holiday or whatever, or 4th of July or some shit. It seems cool. It seems cool to me anyway, because like we just don't get that here. Probably New Year's resolutions also as a group, because it can be easier to start going to the gym as a group or to start dieting as a group, etc. Absolutely. Yeah, totally. It's a good start date, and if you have a team of people that are sort of invested in, I want to find a team of artists that are like gonna try and pursue similar things to me that I can, I don't know, group up with or whatever. But it feels like a lot of people, especially in my center of things, kind of want different artistic goals than I do. So I gotta find some like classical artists. You know what I need to find? I need to find some like Polish dudes. The further east you go in Europe, the more classical the digital painters. So that's why I need to find some Greg Rutowskis and Igor Sidrenko looking dudes. The idea behind the yearly themes is to give a theme to the direction you want to go. So a year of health is a reminder to take healthier meal or do a push-up. It's less restricting than lose 30 pounds of weight when people tend to make their goals pass fail. That's a good idea. I like that. That's interesting. That's a good way of framing it. Wanting to write more? That's good. Looked it up. Fireworks aren't illegal in Canada, but here in Alberta, you require to have a written permission to discharge or ignite fireworks under. Yeah, I mean isn't that kind of the same thing? Because like, what if you don't have that permission, then isn't it illegal to? Like, I guess, yeah, it's technicality, but I've never. Are there other provinces where you can like set off fireworks more easily? Like, did that maybe if there's anywhere, Nick, in Canada where you can set off fireworks easily, it's probably like New Brunswick or Saskatchewan. They don't give a fuck out there, you know. That's fine. So maybe it's just an Alberta thing. Fishy, we are talking about fireworks. I'm so impressed by how Americans can just firework things, and here in Canada we can't. But somebody did set off a bunch of fireworks close to where I live at midnight on New Year's, which, by the way, Happy New Year's, Fishy. And that was disturbing because I was asleep, or at least I was trying to. So I had a friend in school who every year they set off industrial grade fireworks this street in front of their house in the neighborhood. What's the general sentiment on, is it love it or hate it in most places for fireworks? Like how widespread is it? Like, let's say 4th of July rolls around. You live in a city. Is it like the neighborhood, you might have like one dude setting off fireworks, or is it like every third family? I guess it might also depend where you go. You know, like the difference between like, I don't know, San Francisco and Nashville might be different, I guess, maybe. Or is it like generally just like what's the vibe here? The New Year's resolution is to write more and start drawing. That's good. You can do it, Senex. I believe in you. Or even just people holding you accountable with technically, sure, people can do any time of the year, but it's probably easier to ask under an umbrella of New Year's resolutions. Yeah, I think that like artificial hype is like good. Why not? If everybody's like trying stuff that's gonna improve their life in December or in January, why not? You know, because I used to be very anti New Year's resolution. I used to be very like, it's stupid. Just have the discipline to do it any time of the year. Just start today. Why wait for New Year's? But like, I realize timing is a big thing for a lot of people, and it makes sense, you know? At least from my experience in a couple different states, sure, it's legal to set off personal fireworks, but when so many people are setting them off at once, wait, it's legal for personal fireworks? There's not enough manpower to stop all of them. They'd probably just rather be with their families and telling their kids to stop having fun. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Aduria. Thank you for 100 bits. No TTS. The first bits of 2024. No TTS. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the 100 bits. Thank you for that, bro. Happy New Year, Duria. It's every third family here in the South. Really? I want to go down. I want to visit you for 4th of July, Fishy. I want to come down. I want to visit you in the middle of the summer. I want to wear my white suit. I want to have my white fedora and fan myself whilst proclaiming that it's too hot. and asking local shopkeepers to forgive my declamatory demeanor. I do not mean to intrude with my airs of complaints. However, this heat, like I want to channel my Arcturus Minx if I can, you know. Video about yearly themes and street dogs when you want to check it out. I definitely will, actually. I think thanks for that, Garth. I think it's a good idea. Discipline, stupid trick your monkey brain into doing things through scamming it with little shiny treasures. Yes, I agree. You have to manipulate your brain to do what you want, because your brain, if you let your brain do what your brain wants, your brain's just gonna like eat food and watch VTubers or something. The wrong kind of VTubers. Where I am, 4th of July people are either watching the hour-long City Fun and Fireworks show, or it's an hour long. What the fuck? Or you're setting off your own. The only time you don't set off fireworks for the 4th of July is if you're traveling or if you're at a party with someone. Oh shit, really? So it's like everybody. So I wonder how big the fireworks industry is in the US. This is like billions of dollars then, right? Really don't, you cannot sleep. It's like 2 weeks long. Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah, that sounds good. It was legal to buy certain types of fireworks in California, except you could hop one state over and buy them, and there's basically no regulation. Really? Is this some like drive to Nevada kind of thing? Is this a meme? You drive to Nevada for the good stuff or whatever? My brain logics around my scams. Yep, you damn right it does. An hour is normal for a fireworks show? Wait, really? Wait, actually, y'all just watching fireworks? Because we have a pretty big fireworks show here during the summer, every night at the Calgary Stampede. So when I grew up in Calgary, no matter where I was, I was pretty far away in the city, but you could hear the fireworks like from where I lived. So you gotta think about it. Like, how annoying is it to live in Anaheim, anywhere near Disneyland? That's gotta be really annoying, man. If every night at like 10 p.m. you just have to hear fucking fireworks just exploding off, you know, three counties over or whatever in Anaheim. That's actually kind of funny now I think about it. So yeah, either way, I'm gonna be trying some what else should we do for New Year's resolutions? I'm gonna be trying some things with painting. I'm gonna be doing some things with writing, fitness. I want to get back to a certain numbers in the gym. You know, I have certain goals, not just like weight loss goals, but also certain like fitness goals in the gym. Certain things I want to hit, like PRs on like bench, squat, deadlift. I want to hit a PR on bench, squat, and deadlift. A specific PR on those three this year. What else? What's a good thing to start thinking about this time of the year? Creatively, I think it's an obvious time of the year to start thinking about projects. Gym wise, obviously, fitness, whatever, health. I feel like there's gotta be other things. Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to play more games. I want to play more games this year. I want to play some more video games. That's what I want to do. I want to finish Baldur's Gate. I want to play through Cyberpunk. I want to play through video games. I want to take time off. I want to relax. I want to learn how to relax again. To be fair or truthful and upfront, I haven't actually really been able to relax for the last like probably year and a half. You know, like maybe a year, really solidly for the last year. Super bad for the last 6 months, where I just can't take time off. I just can't play video games. Like, I can't relax like I used to. Can't separate myself. So I wanna practice that this year and really practice pushing myself into, you know, a place where I'm done work for the day of like putting it aside. But I've been having a problem with like video games. Like video games been kind of sucking lately, because I feel like there's so much of video games that I just don't matter anymore, you know, and that's so heartbreaking for me, where I'm trying so hard to play certain games, but part of me just feels like, this doesn't matter. Like, who cares, man? It's a dumb game. Like, you know, it's like there's no progression or no meaning behind it. I don't know if anyone's ever felt like that with video games, but I'm feeling that pretty hard with games recently, where I can't find any meaning in it. So I haven't been able to enjoy it. But I think the goal or the solution then is to try and find narrative games that are more story driven for me. I think that'll be the thing. So I gotta not play like World of Warcraft and like League of Legends and Minecraft and shit like that. I gotta play like Baldur's Gate, kind of games where I'm getting a story out of it, you know. So I don't know. According to Google, the fireworks industry made $400 million for display fireworks and $2.3 billion in consumer fireworks. That's actually a lot of money. Holy fuck. I was in Anaheim area in the 90s. There was a big deal about people complaining. Apparently the smoke also settled and caused issues in the neighborhoods. I think Disney just bought them off. Oh, yeah, I heard something about that. Like Disney gets fined every single night it sets off fireworks. It just pays the fine. Is that? I don't know if that's true or not. It sounds like one of those things that you could believe. You know, where it's like, wait, you mean Disneyland's getting fined $5,000 every single day by Anaheim? And it's like, yep, okay, I believe it. I don't know. Play games with me. That's the entire time we've known each other. I'll be a bad influence for you. Come to the dark side. What will we do though? Like, what I don't know, man. Like, I'm down, Fish. I'm down to play games and stuff, but I got to figure out how to enjoy games again. How to just relax, you know? Because like I used to be able to, like, for instance, World of Warcraft, big game for me. Always grew up playing World of Warcraft, loved it, still love it. But there's just it's kind of lost. Most games have lost the spark of progression. It's like I don't really care about like getting the new mount or the cool transmog or the cool gear or the new achievement. You know, it's like I thought about getting the achievement for Keystone Master, which is like there's like kind of 3 methods of progression in the game. You can do raids, you can do PvP, or you can do Mythic Plus, which is like hard dungeons that scale up. And you can kind of get end game gear with one of those 3 routes, right? Not a PvPer. I'll never be a PvPer again. I'm just not ever going to enter a sphere of PvP. I can't compete with people who have nothing to lose in life. So I've just decided I'm not playing PvP games seriously anymore. Raiding, I don't have time for, and I don't have like the social circle in the game anymore to raid. So Mythic Plus, I was thinking about doing. I was thinking about getting the achievement for Mythic, for the highest end achievement you can get from Mythic Plus this year or this season. And I was like grinding gear out and doing things, and I love that. I love when you have like a night that you and your friends get together to like do something in the game. It contextualizes the other days that you play the game because you're trying to, like, you know, get your character ready for that night every week, more or less. And I like that. I like that idea. But I realized that I wasn't going to put the time in to actually get that, like, Keystone Master achievement and whatever else. And just kind of like, I was like, well, then what am I doing, like, every week, you know, logging in and playing and grinding gear and stuff? It's just not, it doesn't matter anymore, you know? And I kind of felt like that largely about a lot of games, World of Warcraft, you know, MMOs, like achievements and vanity items and whatever. It's just, it's so easy to obtain, and it's been so microtransacted. It's locked behind a battle pass, and it's whatever. I just don't really give a shit anymore, and I kind of hate that, you know, because I used to be a person who's really involved in like progression in video games, and that was a big part of my life. So I don't know, maybe I grew up, maybe I've lost something. I got to figure out how to get games are a great excuse to spend time with friends, Fishy. The problem is I don't have any friends that want to play the same kind of games that I do. So playing video games can be productive if you're breathing in space to decompress. I agree, Ashy, 100%. If your video games to the place where you can decompress and breathe every day, absolutely, they're productive. But I lost that for some reason. I can't get away from stress, you know, from like worrying about, like, I'll be playing a game and just feeling not able to like think past the things that I like have to do or like am behind on, or like, oh god, I have stream in 2 days and I don't have a project for it yet, and I got to do this and I got to get this commission done, and I haven't responded my DMs in a week, and fucking, you know, it's right. So it's like I can't do that with video games. I want to find a game. I want to this year I want to get back into games, and I want to find time every week, multiple days a week, to try and get back into video games and play video games the way I used to, sinking into the cradle of my gaming chair with my with a soda in hand. I want to do that. I never cared about any of that kind of stuff. It's all about the short-term dopamine and silly gaming with friends. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should try and figure out how to do that. And playing Fire Emblem in Engage on maddening. It's definitely feel like progression. Each map takes me 4 hours. I don't know if I can do that anymore. I don't know if I can do like super difficult, like high. It's why I'm not much of an Elden Ring gamer. I'm not much of a really hard, difficult game. I don't feel accomplished if I like overcome a challenge that took me like 5 hours. It's like, oh man, that boss battle, I wiped on it like 18 times, you know, before I figured out how the first mechanic worked, and then I wiped on it for the next 3 hours, and now I beat it, and I'm so accomplished. Like, I just don't get anything out of that. I don't know why. Maybe I'm weird. Health note is loss of interest in things you previously loved as a sign of depression. It might not be depression, there could be other things involved, but it could be depression. Yeah, I think taking care of your mental health is important, Garthan. But yeah, I don't know. I switched. I kind of I want to figure out how to get back into games in a serious way. Sounds like your night to play with friends needs a lower bar of entry. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta find a game that I want to play with people, you know? I gotta find a game that I actually enjoy playing with people because the problem is the gameplay itself, if the game itself doesn't have any meaning to me, I won't get into it, right? It's like, I don't know, an example of like Overwatch. Like Overwatch is a game that I used to absolutely love. And I used to get on with my friends and play Overwatch. But, you know, Overwatch just sort of like Overwatch 2 came out and changed everything about the game, and it was like less fun, and progression didn't really matter, and ranks didn't matter, and competitive was kind of fucky. So it's like it didn't matter that we were hanging out together. We just like kind of stopped playing the game and stopped hanging out because the game sucked. So I feel like the game still needs to be solid. You know, the game itself needs to be solid for me. And it can't be a frustrating game. It can't be, you know, so I don't know. I gotta find a good game for this. I gotta find a crowd. Sounds like you're about to play Civ 5. No, I'm not going to play Civ 6 the rest of my life. Oh, God. What if I'm old enough that I have to start playing Civ 6? That's rough, bro. I hope not. I hope I'm not that old yet. One day, though. We try to wrangle you for GTFO, so I understand the pain of trying to find people. Yeah, and like I have a friend, my friend Mike, for instance. My friend Mike, we played World of Warcraft together in our little crew. And I haven't talked to Mike in months, in almost more than a year, I think, in like a serious way. And like I miss the hell out of the guy, but like we just don't play the same games anymore. So I don't know. I got to like try harder to find time to stay. I think I've gotten really bad in the last year about maintaining my friendships. Like people who know me know that I'm very difficult to be friends with, and I apologize to the people who are close to me all the time for it, and thankfully they forgive me, or they don't, and then, you know, and they just waddle off. But that's fine too. I don't blame people. But yeah, I kind of like I gotta find games that I can play with the boys, you know. How important is the game to the friend time ratio for you? What's that look like? I think the game needs to matter. The game doesn't have to be the best, but I can't feel like I'm wasting my time in the game, you know. Notice y'all, he wants to get back to games, but he's not back to answering his DMs. Yeah, that's true. I do want to get back to answering my DMs. That's my DMs stress are one of the biggest stressors in my life every week. Week to week, my DMs are. I used to be so good at it. I had Monday mornings and Friday after stream. I had 2 days of the week that I always respond to my DMs. Friday after stream, Monday morning. I don't know what happened. I just fucked up. I dropped the ball, man. I'm gonna get caught back up during my breaks. I'm taking a couple weeks off in late January, early February. I don't know if you guys heard me say that 18 times, but I'm gonna be taking some time off for work, to do work, really. To taking time off stream so I can focus on work for like 18 hours a day and just go super hard grind, and then sleep for 3 days at the end. But I will be getting back into my habits and back into my routines then. So, She's thrown. I don't get shit out of looter shooters other than picking up shinies. I hate making builds and stuff. It's whatever the brain makes the brain scratchy. Yeah. I mean, that's great if those kind of games. I don't know. There's a lot of games that it's like I recognize a lot of. And I don't know. Okay, how do I say this without sounding like I'm trying to be like high and mighty? I think I just say it and sound like an asshole, maybe, and risk sounding like an asshole. There's a lot of video games that I recognize as being cheap dopamine, and I've like become disgusted with cheap dopamine in a lot of ways. It's like there are very few cheap dopamine hits that I can get from games that I honestly get, right? You know, like I don't know how to. It's not like I will be like, oh, I'm so sophisticated compared to the average person. No, it's like there's something blocking me when I'm like, you know, big number shows up, let's go. It's like that doesn't hit right anymore, and I want it to. Answering DMs is boring. Games are fun. Just got to mark them all as red and hop into the game and league with us. Yeah, is that what I got to do? Yeah, all right. Just mark as red. Whatever happens, happens. There you go. The game doesn't need good vibes. Maybe reach out to some peeps and see if they mutual games, since you don't personally have one right now. I don't even know what game I want to play. You know, I played World of Warcraft Classic for a little bit. That was fun. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I want, you know what I want? I want an MMO. That's what I want. I want like an MMO or like a Final Fantasy friend group. Final Fantasy would be great because I'm getting back into Final Fantasy right now. FF14 would be cool. I want like an MMO. I don't want like a PvP game that I feel like I'm wasting my time on, you know. Sorry, the DMs I said you stressed you out. No, actually, never. No one person's individual DM ever stresses me out. It's the fact that that I sometimes get like asked about important things or like high detail answer questions or whatever that take me a while to respond to, and then I have to think about it for a while, and then I forget about it, and then I lose track of it, and then it's entirely a me thing. It's just the DMs I stressed you last week definitely stressed you out. What did you send me last week? Hold on. What was the DMs you sent you last week? Oh god. Okay, yeah, that stressed me out. That stressed me out. Okay, yeah, I'm still stressed about that. Ah, Jesus. You're only fed grass-fed, no GMO dopamine. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I need to feel accomplished in my life in progression in a digital world. That's what I need. I need an MMO. So, ask them what they're into and see if that strikes your fancy. Yeah, I guess that's probably the better way to do it. You ask the boys what kind of games y'all playing. Everybody's playing like Valorant or like Apex, and I don't know, man. These games are just boring to me. I can't do it. I can't do it. We should get back to 14. 2K dentist bill kicked any disposable income for me. Oh yeah, I know how that. Yeah, I understand. It is hard to get people to play a game with a sub fee. You know, it's a little bit of a challenge. I understand that. So yeah, and MMOs I really like took the lone road approach to at a certain point in time, because I realized people just weren't able to or didn't want to play as much as I did, you know. And I never really wanted to maintain a guild. I made a guild on World of Warcraft so that Ella had a place where she felt like was home, you know, because we were part of guilds, but I played a lot more than she did. So she sometimes felt like she didn't know people in the guild. And that's why I created a guild for us, so that she always had a home and always knew, you know, everybody in the guild and whatever. Is a small friend thing. But it means that we don't get to join big guilds. So I guess that's like the one bad drawback to that. So play Baldur's Gate 3 with me, so I have an excuse to finally beat it. I need an excuse to finally beat it, and then sure, yeah, I'm down. I want to get through the story and get through the game once, and then I want to play with people, because I ran away from them for 10 years, but they finally caught you. Oh, that's rough, Fishy. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry they found their way to you. Honestly, 2K for dentist bill isn't actually that bad. You know, I got hit with a 4K dentist build this year, and insurance just said, fuck you, we're not covering it. And I was like, but you said you'd cover this exact thing. And they're like, sure, yeah, we did, so I guess we'll cover a couple hundred. And I was like, excuse me? And they're like, oh, take it up to our legal team, fuck you. And I was like, okay, all right, I'll just pay for that myself. I'm good. Yep. That's when I broke a tooth eating white chocolate one day, and they had to do like a crown and whatever for it, so I got a fake tooth now. At least most of it's fake. But that sucked, so I'm sorry to hear. I know you're pain very personally, Fishy. Happy New Year, Thorkin. Happy New Year en français. I don't know how to say it, but you know, Happy New Year en français to you and your family. How you doing, buddy? Season Discovery does update in late January. We'll probably level to 40. Maybe we'll see if we can get a group together. We'll see. Hopefully. I don't know. I still gotta do Shadowfang Keep with Thorkin and Ella for our last like round of level 25 content things or whatever. Dental insurance is a mess. Yeah, dental insurance is the one place where Americans and Canadians can usually unite, because no matter how bad it is in America, it is just as bad in Canada for dental. You know, admittedly, like, I have been through a lot medically in my life. I've been through many surgeries. I've been through many doctor's appointments, tests, difficult whatevers, scans. And I am happy to say though that like it hit me at some point in time, because I was recovering from a surgery. I was recovering from a surgery one day, and it was in the morning, and I was in the hospital on like day 4 or day 5. I think I was in the hospital for a week after the surgery before they let me go home and recover on bed. And I was like, the nurse comes in and she's like, hey, how you doing? Like, how you feeling? What's up? Like, how's it going? Like, dap it up like you do with your nurses. And I was like, man, I'm so glad about Canadian healthcare. Like, how expensive this should be in the US. And she's like, oh, you have no idea. She's like, you have no idea. It would be like $15,000 a day that you're staying in this hospital. This bed right here would be 15 grand a day for your ass. And I was like, oh, Canada, home of native land. So like, don't get me wrong, but dental is the place where at least Canadians are allowed to bitch with our American brethren. So been playing single player story based stuff recently, like straight Undertale. I play it once or twice and then it can be done. Maybe I should do that. I should find some good indie games with stories. Love Monster Hunter so much. I definitely suffer from, I don't want to outrun friends, but I also want to play it really 24/7. I could get into Monster Hunter. I think I could probably do Monster Hunter. I could jam Monster Hunter. It's a cool game. I wanted to play Monster Hunter when whatever the MMO was, the big multiplayer one that came out around 2020, it came out and all my friends are playing it, and I was like, everybody's playing Monster Hunter, I'm gonna play this game. And then it was $80, and so I didn't. And then when it wasn't $80, nobody played it anymore, so I kind of lost that one. Yeah, and you used to be playing with the arm and the leg you just got surgery on. True. Yeah. I know. I look. I am thankful for it. Don't get me wrong. I think you're supposed to be a dental. There's supposed to be a dental plan or something coming out nationally for Canada soon. I haven't heard anything about that. That'd be interesting, you know. But certainly I haven't heard about it. Not in my neck of the woods anyway. So you still need to have pretty good health insurance for dental and eyes or whatever. Ocul. Not all vision care is insurance. A lot of it is covered. Like Ella has had I think 4 eye surgeries. I think 6 eye surgeries. And I can only imagine how much those eye surgeries would be if we like in the US. Those were thankfully covered by like health care, you know. It wasn't like an insurance thing. But you want to get your eyes checked, you got some shit going on, you want some glasses, you got to pay a lot for insurance. So Monster Hunter is a solid MMO without a sub fee, and I own all of it. Monster Hunter World is on sale right now. Is that the one people are playing? Monster Hunter World? Hold on, I'm gonna get Steam up. I'm gonna get it up. I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna get it. Watch out. Nope. I don't care. Steam Winter Sale. What do we got? Hold up. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Whoops. All right. We got on sale. We got Age of Empires. We got Raft. Maybe I should play Raft with Fishy. We got Conan Exiles. Do you want your meat out? I got Valheim. People say I should play Valheim. You know, I got 2 friends that own the game. I got Technotica, base building, factory automation game. Okay, all right. What we got? We got Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World. Is this the game? Is this it? Is this the one everybody's playing it? Is this it? Monster Hunter World? Is this the one we gotta play? Is this the one with the stupid Dango song? Is this the one? That's Rise? Okay, good. Alright. Okay, good. Is this the newest one? Is Monster Hunter World the newest one? Or what? Playing World because the new Monster Hunter got announced and it's in line with World. Oh. So Rise is the newest ones, but people are playing World because World came out in 2018. Is Rise not an MMO? What's Solastia? Wait, was that a game on Steam? Did it pop up? That was fun. Minecraft, like 50% more direction, 30% more chaos. I could try that. I like Minecraft. I built a base. Rise newer, also fantastic, but everyone right now is on World. Okay, wait, this is weird. Why are people playing the older game? Rise is on sale too. Monster Hunter World Iceborne. Mixed reviews. Similar to games you've played. Final Fantasy 14 online expanded free trial. 3.1 hours on record. How do I have 3.1 hours of Final Fantasy 14 on record when I don't think I've ever played Final Fantasy 14 on Steam? How the fuck is that possible? All right, whatever. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll buy Monster Hunter World. Maybe I'll go hunt some monsters. I've never played a Monster Hunter game before, so this could be new, you know. But isn't Monster Hunter kind of Dark Soulsy? I'd probably be really bad at it. It's on the Steam Winter Sale, like 70% off. Solista, where was that? Valheim, Conan. I don't see it. It might have disappeared. Northgard. You know what I kind of want to buy is Rogue Trader. I want to get Rogue Trader. It's like Baldur's Gate but Warhammer. It just came out. It came out in December. It looks pretty good, man. It's like it's a CRPG like Baldur's Gate. It's made by the Pathfinder game people. So, but it's all like Warhammer and shit. It's apparently really complicated. And that's kind of convoluted, but I kind of want to buy Rogue Trader at some point in time. What else we got? Ark. I can play Ark with Blaze. I could play Grand Theft Auto. I could play Starfield. Oh, I never played Starfield. I might have played Forgotten. I don't think I had. I know I own it through Square Enix, and they're really weird about you not being able to play it on Steam if you own it through Square. Weird. Dungeon groups in Final Fantasy 14 are 4 people. Monster groups are 4 people, and 50k concurrent players after 6 years release isn't massive. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, that's rough. In my probably bad opinion, it feels like a little serious, but like Bad Souls because it's different. Like Bad Souls. Okay. All right. I can play Diablo. Wait. Cyberpunk is on sale. I've been waiting for this game to not be $80. I've been waiting. Maybe I buy Cyberpunk as well. Total War Warhammer 3. You're not allowed to play a Total War game unless you're actually 47 years old. So I'm not actually allowed to play Total War yet. The only exception is you're allowed to play Total War if you're British. So you either have to be 47 or British. One of those two things. As I'm Canadian, the age is decreased from 47 to 37. So I still have 3 more years after my birthday this year before I can play Total War. So unfortunately, I can't play that. Sekiro, I'll never be good enough at Dark Souls to play Sekiro. Sorry, Sekiro. My bad. Lies of P. Why play Lies of P when I can watch Fishy do it poorly? Remnant sucks. What else is there? I guess that's it, man. I guess I have Monster Hunter or Cyberpunk. That's like my games. That's it. That's all I get to play. All right. Well, we got some good games in there, I guess. Cyberpunk's very much worth it if you haven't played it. Yeah, I wanted... Cyberpunk was a game that I was so desperately anticipating, Dagger, for years before it came out. And then it came out, and it was, like, buggy and whatever, and people said, oh, just wait for it to not be so buggy, which it was a good call. The problem is I waited too long, and I was like, I'll wait for it to be on sale. Yeah, and then it came on sale, and I was like, I should buy it. But instead of that, I was playing World of Warcraft, so I never knew it was on sale. And then the new expansion, DLC, whatever thing came out, and then it went back up to $80. So I kind of got screwed there. But I love, like, sci-fi, cyberpunk setting games. I'm a big Shadowrun enjoyer, big Cyberpunk, big Blade Runner fan. So this is like one of the games that'll be like formative to my life if I really get into it, I feel like. But I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot of time, a lot of hours to be played. Total War and Civ 6 are the two games I play. I should just slink away quietly. What are you talking about? Atara, you are the tactical genius. You are the mastermind, the guru. This is not... What do you mean slink away? You get to play Total War and Civ 6. I'm not smart enough for this shit. I don't have enough maturity in my Zoomer brain that can only make sense of big numbers in ARPGs. So, yeah, no, you have to be a sophisticated, intelligent individual to play these games, which comes with age. And unfortunately, I'm still stuck in the Pokemon era. So it's a trouble for all my generation, the millennials. True though, WoW, yep. Listen, I'm not gonna talk shit unless I can back it up, Fishy. Could I play a rhythm game? I could play a rhythm game. That's true. I am weirdly good. Like I am the best. I am the fattest person that you'll ever see play DDR at the highest level you've ever seen anyone play DDR. Dude, when I was in junior high, I spent so much money on the DDR machine next to my junior high school, and I was fat as fuck. And I never lost that skill. And so as I like gained weight in high school and I became an actual land whale, I could still play DDR at like the highest level possible. All right. I think I still have it. I don't know, man. I haven't played DDR in years, but you don't lose it. I played like a Step Mania thing, you know, a year or two ago, and I could just auto hit every hardest level, you know, whatever game breaking levels and shit. So I think I can get back into it. Yeah, I played some Beat Saber. Oh, I should play some Beat Saber on my Oculus Rift S or whatever Oculus Rift I've got over there. You know what I should do? I should find friends who want to do VR chat, and I should start playing VR chat with like my VTuber friends. That's what I should do. I did the exact way for it to be done, Cooking with Baldur's Gate 3, and I still love it. I did it too. I bought it and then finished Act 1 and then waited for it to be done. Is Act 3 in Baldur's Gate 3 done yet? Can I play Baldur's Gate now safely without bugs and bullshit? Is the game finished? Is it done? Like, are we good? Are we Baldur's Gateable? Because that's one of the things I was waiting for. It is? All right. I'll finish it. All I know is bigger number, better person, except for debt. Ooh, except you're wrong though. Bigger number is better person for debt. You just gotta know how to use it. That's right. That's what the elite do, Fishy. They leverage their debt. Bigger debt, better person. Except their debt is for things like, you know, residential housing and corporate investments, not G Fuel and magic cards. This will add in kisses to some of the companions or something, probably. God damn it. I swear to God, if Asterion hits on me one more time, I might say yes. No. I don't like it when he calls me darling. I don't like it. I am unromanceable in that game. I'm choosing no romance with any character. So I need to get on some VR chat now that I finally have a VR headset. There you go. See, people are gonna be on. We gotta play, Dagger. I don't know what you're supposed to do on VR chat besides like offend people. It seems like it. But I was gonna play VR chat with one of my mods. Tiny Spirit Fox. We were gonna play VR chat together, and we never did. Mostly because I just never got set up. But I did have my Evangeline 1.0 model, and now I have Evangeline 2.0, which I have to debut still at some point in time. I should play VR chat with Eiley because she has I should, you know what I should do? I should play VR chat D&D. I should run my D&D games in VR chat with my friends. Figure out how to do it. Speaking of Evangeline, Loon was great. She was killing on stream. Astarion approaches, homie. No, I'm not letting Astarion romance me. I'm not. I don't romance NPCs in games, Soja. I'm above that. I'm beyond that. I'm past that as an individual. In Mass Effect Andromeda, I chose no romance. In Baldur's Gate 3, I chose no romance. In Cyberpunk, I will choose no romance. I'm a paladin. And as a paladin, my oath is to the blade and to justice itself. Is it because L is a yandere? No, I find romance in a lot of in most games to be exceptionally cringy. It's just I just can't watch it. It's just exceptionally cringy. I know people love it. They think it's cute. They think it's fun. They think it's character development. They think it's sweet. They think it's hot. Whatever. I just find the romance in video games to be so cringy I can't handle it most times, right? I find it so unnervingly cringy. And I don't, like, here's the thing, I don't talk shit about it because I know people love it. I don't ever really talk. That's the first time I ever said that. Is the reason why I don't romance anybody in video games is because I think it's fucking cringy. The reason I don't say that often or ever have is because people love it, and I don't want to make anyone feel bad. If you love it, man, go for it. But like, I just find it cringy, you know? I find the dialogue weird and cringy and forced. I find the interactions not believable. I don't find them, and I'm not someone who's against like a romance story. Like, I'm fine with that, man. If it's included in a game or a movie or a comic or whatever, even if it's a main theme, I'm like against them. I'm not like, you girls are icky, you know? I married one. No, it's just in games a lot of times. It's really forced. It's really weird. Like, you know when like Lae'zel comes onto you really early in the game, to me I'm just like, okay, like I kind of feel you know what, I don't know, but I don't want to make anybody mad, so I'm not gonna vent my opinions on it. But I don't know, people are happy with it, have fun. It's a game. It's escapism. Go rule your world, kings and queens. You wouldn't let Carla carry you on her shoulder to safety? Nope. Not honestly fair. I mostly romance because I'm a completionist when it comes to dialogue options. I get that too. People romance in games for many different reasons, a lot of different reasons, and I find nobody else's decision to choose to engage with that to be a reflection of them in any sort of way, light that is poor or whatever. Personally, I just don't enjoy a lot of it, you know? I think the last time I like thought there was a good romance in a game was like non-interactable romance stories in games don't bother me. You know what I mean? No, like non-dialogue option. Like dialogue option like, 'cause I always feel like I'm playing a shitty Japanese dating sim. Maybe this is part of it. Maybe I just have more experience playing shitty Japanese dating sims than you guys do. Because like when I was in high school, like in 2003 or 4 or whatever, or 5 or 6, 5, 6, 7, I was like playing like Japanese language dating sims, you know, because it was fun and anime and I was a weeb, right? And so I don't know. I just whenever I see like the opportunity to just swoon shadow hard, I'm just like, I don't know, man. This is weird. I don't like it. Just get me out of here. Get me out of here. If I want a LARP romance, I'll go buy Ella some flowers and say something nice to her. You know, I don't know. Tone shift when they think it's hot. Yeah, well, look, I'm just saying, man. Some people, y'all seen some fishy. You seen some of the Baldur's Gate 3 fan art out there? You think that they haven't seen water in weeks. It's thirsty, bro. Is the execution or more the idea of in games? A lot of it's the execution, but I also do find how do I say this? I don't want to get hate. I don't want to say some shit and get hate. Say it wrong, get some hate. But, you know, I just, for me, I just find a lot of it weird, you know, so I don't know, man. I'm also not like a guy that like from D&D perspective, I don't romance in D&D. I don't know, man. It's never done right. It's never done well. When it's interactable, right? When it's in a story organically, it's fine, but when it's interactable, it's just never done right. So, dare you be your own person with your own opinions. Grandpa Fish Shake. It happens though. You know, dare you have an opinion that's or a different opinion than me? We both exist. You have to agree. That's true. I'm sorry. We fishy. Please don't cancel me on Twitter. Review the Rempe Circuit 2 or the Ultimate Circuit. I just got whatever games my Japanese friend got me for PS2 or whatever. That's what I played. You know, that's one of the things that I like. You have to learn the language. So I used to be able to speak or to understand written Japanese. I lost the skill of written Japanese completely. I can't read Japanese at all anymore, which is atrocious. I lost the skill to read, but I can still speak it decently anyway. But I lost written Japanese. But I learned written Japanese because of video games. That's why I learned initially. So funny. BG3 every time I get a romance NPC, I have to do something nice for my wife. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't like it. That's fine. Reminds you of pubescent cringe. The same reason why I can't watch Chunibyo. Maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe that's all it is. It just reminds me of being a cringy anime nerd torrenting. Like back when you had to torrent anime. Nobody remembers this shit. But back in the day, there was like before the era of streaming anime, you had to, and then before the era of streaming anime on Crunchyroll and Funimation or whatever, you know, people still use that fucking site. And like after the days of bootleg, like Russian dub translation anime DVDs or CDs and like VHS tapes and whatever, there was the era of torrenting, of illegal torrenting of anime. I torrented so much anime in high school. It wasn't even, man, my brother taught me how to torrent programs and to torrent media. And oh my God, I torrented so much anime. I don't know how did I even, I didn't like what my parents should never bought me a computer. I completely fucked my life up. I played World of Warcraft and torrented anime all day. That's what I did in high school. No wonder I didn't have a girlfriend. I can definitely understand on the execution. I do feel like a lot of games don't execute it in the greatest. Yeah, I think that it's hard when it's interactable. When you have like what's a good romance in a video game? I can't think of any that like off the top of my head, except for since you're talking about League of Legends, I'm thinking of like Zaya and Rakan or whatever. You know, our cute little romance story within the game. But I can't think of any games that have a lot of like romance in them that I'm like super impressed by off the top of my head. But I think it can happen. I think it's fine. I'm not like an anti, you know, romantic themes in my stories kind of guy. I just find it when it's interactable, it's very unorganic and kind of cringy. Makes sense. But being interactable makes it require to be more generic, such open-ended, especially when it's a self-insert. Yeah, I think that a lot of it is self-insert for, I don't know. I don't want to make anybody mad. So I remember I got hooked on second grade by staying up too late and seeing Inuyasha change my life path. Yeah, think of what you could have been, Fishy, if you never saw Inuyasha. If you never knew what Sesshomaru looked like, would you be a regular high functioning adult, or would you be the degenerate Fujoshi you are now? The biggest part of romance in games for me is the big gesture moment, not the random flirting. Squall carrying Renoa across the world on his back to try and get her cured, and the mental breakdown as it slowly hit him. That's what I want in gaming. Yeah. You know, like Final Fantasy 14 does it great, or Final Fantasy series does it great. So, you know, Squall and Renoa. You know, I have a Squall and Renoa figure, right next to my Titus and Yuna play arts figures. right? Like I think they're great themes in games, but it has to be done in a way that like, you know, there's just something so weird about just like the dialogue not matching up, where it's like at this point in the game, like Shadowheart is coded to be kind of prickly towards you, and you're like, okay, but then you give her this flower and all of a sudden she's like, you know, maybe she kisses you, and you're like, okay, that's crazy. But then you kind of like revert back to where you are in the story, and her dialogue is still a little prickly. It's like the progression isn't organic. You know, it's not, the progression just does, it's not organic. It feels weird and it feels forced and it feels like, just feels like a little desperate. Does that make sense? Like, nah, that's not a word I want to use. No, I don't want to call it, no, it's weird. So it's kind of why like romance and D&D, like I just don't, it's too rushed. It's too, you know, this is weird. I don't like it. I talked in an empty room. Yeah, that's right. That's my life now, Garth. Just torrenting and then probably considered crazy for it, but I remember waking up at 4 a.m. every day to watch an episode of an anime on television just to go back to sleep afterwards. Yeah, I think I did that as well. Yeah, those are the good days, man. Love the random flirting, but bad guy calls me little mouse out of the blue. Now he's misunderstood, scary dog, leave him alone. Oh, is that how it is? I agree with the bad progression. I think that's why I like random silly flirting, because it's devoid of that. It's just a silly little time. Yeah, but to me, I don't know. Like it just feels weird when it's like so like flagrant, and yeah, I don't know. There's probably great examples. Like Ashley brings up good points with Final Fantasy. There's other great romances in games, you know, that are believable and make sense and whatever. But I think writing a great romance is really difficult. You know, or including a romantic story in your work, in your writing, in your game, whatever it is, it's actually pretty difficult. So, I don't know, when it's supposed to be interactable with the player, it just reminds me of the cringy dating sim stuff, you know, the gamification of it. Senix, thank you for the 25 bits. I appreciate that. The hell, Senix. Thank you. You don't have to do that. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Senix. That's, I'm honored. You know, wasn't big folks that did like how they handled romance in the Uncharted games. Yes. Yeah. That was a good, yeah, it's a good example too. I forget what, Drake and what was her name? Start with an E, didn't it? I forget. Either way, I need to do my first warm-up sketch of the year. Hold on, we need to get into it. I need to let me just make a new. We got to make a new layer called 2024. All right, first one of the year. First one of the year. Wait, let me get my color here real quick. So I mean, just on like a interactivity level, I just don't engage with it most times in games. You know, it's just weird to me. But the problem is, like, people love, let's say the romance options in Baldur's Gate or something like that. They love it so much that when I like say that I don't want to engage with it or I find it cringy or whatever, people take it as an attack on them. Like they should be ashamed of themselves for liking the thing. You know, like I think there's a lot of that. Like people think that when you don't like something, it's inherently an attack on them or whatever, which is why I don't talk about it all that often with people. When something's really popular and I don't like it, I don't usually talk about it. I was engaged with it, but I can be an easy pleasure that stuff at time. Yeah, and look, if it's a fun little, you know, whatever, like that's cool, man. You know, you do you, have fun. Like the thing is, I'm not like some sophisticated gentleman that only, you know, is appeased by, right, like some sophisticated high fantasy story or whatever. Like I like my pulp, my filth just as much as the next guy. I'm easily pleased in a lot of ways. But people think that I'm trying to be like high and mighty about it when I talk about how I don't enjoy a lot of that kind of shit in games. So I always meme about it. You know, when everyone's like, yo, who did you pick in Mass Effect? I'm like, oh, I didn't pick anyone else. I picked the Galaxy. That's who I picked. I picked the Galaxy. They're like, oh, okay, man, that's crazy. Or like, who'd you pick in Baldur's Gate? I'm like, I picked nobody. I'm a paladin. I have an oath. My backstory is that I have a wife and 2 children back in whatever fucking city is in Baldur's Gate setting that's like over there. That's who I picked. You know? The bigger problem is when everyone loves rent option Baldur's Gate 3, opinions on quality ignored. Every other company is going to shoehorn into their currently in production game at half the efficiency and try and cash in on the hype. Well, I think that is a big. I mean, like, that people love romance in video games. They love dating sims. People. One of the reasons why nerds love Persona is because you can progress with the characters, and then eventually some pretty, you know, anime girl is gonna like you, and that's great for you because nobody in real life does. So, you know, at least you have that in your game, which is great. So. I'm kidding. Relax. I'm kidding. Come on, guys. I just got jokes. It's fine. But yeah, you're right. People try and thrust it into their games in less elegant and less efficient ways, which is not going to be great. But here we are. We're gonna have to see it. Like, is there like a romance path in like Cyberpunk? Because I'm pretty sure in most like big games like that now it's just going to be sort of like assumed or whatever. People are just going to demand it. Maybe not like the house and bear shit that you get in Baldur's Gate, but at least in some form they want you to be able to carve your path or like tell your story or whatever. Pick your job. I do wish they gave you a bit more backstory in Baldur's Gate. I was thinking of recently that's something that how Dragon Age Origins started off your character could have been neat. Yeah, Origins was great for that. I think you're absolutely right. It's not your vibe. As long as you're feeling about me don't change because I do enjoy them, then we're Gucci. Like, my opinion doesn't change because it's not your vibe. Yeah, I don't know. I always feel like people feel attacked when you don't like something they you know like or whatever. And I get why. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just why I don't talk about it all that much. I don't want anyone to feel like judged or bad or whatever, because I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad just because I don't like the thing that they like. There's plenty of cheap, smutty shit that I like. Also why I don't go too deep on it, you know, why I don't share my full opinions or feelings or whatever. Because it just kind of doesn't matter, you know. As long as people are having fun and they enjoy it, then that's great, man. They get whatever they're getting out of the story, and that's chill. Like, let's be honest. Let's just be honest and upfront. If I were to make a CRPG video game like Baldur's Gate, I would absolutely include that in my game. Absolutely. Not even a question. Not even a possibility to not. I don't know if I'd let you, you know, house in it, but no, I probably would. Come on, man. It's a new age. Some just want a friendship progression in games. That's the thing. Like, I did like that about like a game like Persona, where it's a friendship progression. It's you and your boy, you know? Just like talking about life, man. You and your broing it up. Doesn't have to get weird. Yeah, I was actually impressed that I did in Cyberpunk. Oh, really? Okay, well, there you go. It's in every game. Favorite one game, or was one game clearly had gender select shoved into it halfway through. If you play female, your character is still blushy. Oh no, I can't look. They'll think I'm a pervert. It's better to look away. When other characters getting changed, and it's like, don't you have gym class together literally every day? Wait, what game was that? The fuck? All right. Okay. Damn, bro. These games out here, man. These games out here, bro. Got some weird shit going on in video games these days. I decided I want to do a fairly high fantasy sword, by the way. That's what I want to do for my first warm-up for the year. That's what I decided. I haven't drawn I've painted a lot this week, but I haven't actually been sketching. I want to do some environment sketching today, so I need to get the sketch skills back. Since last Friday was the last time I actually did any real sketching. We'll see how we do with our traditional fantasy vibes. Do hate it when I think I'm going for friendship, then I get confessed to. Yeah, Gale upset me, man. Right? What I didn't like about the Gale thing in Baldur's Gate 3 is it made me feel like because I didn't want to like smash Gale, that I couldn't like get a close bond with him while he was teaching me magic. You know? I'm like, why is it just why is that the only option here? It's like can't my bro teach me how to do something that's kind of like, you know, you can just have a close moment with your bro that doesn't turn into something, it doesn't have to get weird. Like I didn't like that in Baldur's Gate. You know, I think a lot of times that you like avoid the romance option or whatever, and the game doesn't like punish you, but I felt punished in that dialogue. Did you guys do the same thing? Like, does anybody know what I'm talking about? You guys get the same vibe? I'm like, bro, I just like relax. I'm okay with my homie teaching me something cool. I don't want it to become weird. But he was all like, oh, yeah, sorry, I got in the moment. I think I'm gonna go lay down. He was all like embarrassed and shit. And you're like, what? Why are you? Game, why are you trying to punish me for not wanting to smash Gale? The fuck? What kind of game is this shit? I actually don't know what the Gale thing is because I immediately shunned him from the beginning for being frustrating. Oh, okay. Well, he tries to teach you how to magic, and he does teach you how to magic. And it's all like, I don't know. It's all like romantic and shit. It's like not everything with the homies needs to be romantic, man. Sometimes you can just be out for a nice dinner, Andrew. Oh, geez, sorry, I just had a flashback. Oh, God, I just had a moment there. Ah, holy shit. Hate it when you have to either insult the character so badly it ruins their self-esteem, or in their entire life or fall in love and raise a family with them. Yes, true. True. That's how I feel. I agree. Why can't we just be bros, bro? Relax, man. I have Gale's hand. Does it count as romance? What do you mean? What do you mean you have Gale's hand? Like, because this is Baldur's Gate, Ashley, I could only assume that you mean you have his physical hand, like a severed hand of Gale. That's what I assume you're talking about, is you're like a severed hand. In some strange way, you've like cut off his hand and kept in your inventory or something. And it'll go beyond the I need magic items or I will die dramatically, but I refuse to tell you anything at all or why. Oh, here's the thing, man. He asked me, he's like, hey man, I need a magic item or I'll die. And I was like, okay. Here you go. You don't want to tell? I won't ask. We got extra magic items. I don't know if you just want to, like, you know, dress up and pretend that you're magical. I don't know. I don't fucking care, man. It's your business. Right? Like, here's the thing, Fishy. Having an interaction with Gale is much like being friends with a VTuber. Alright? Weird asks and weird requests, and you just don't ask why. You're just like, not my problem. It's fine. They'll let me know. Alright? So you just gotta get used to it, you know? It's tough out here, but it's called being a good friend. Yep. And that's why I have the patience. Just want the bromance instead. True. Fair prank was shoving goblin corpses into Ulner's inventory every time she was mid dialogue, so she'd wonder why she was so encumbered. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, all right, that's good. I like that. That was the best reason for having Karlach in my party, was so she could carry more barrels. Gil's probably my least favorite companion I've met so far, honestly. You know what, okay, let me defend Gale. Let me be controversial. Let me defend Gale. I like Gale because Gale has a certain self-awareness about him that the other characters don't. Right? Gale feels kind of like somebody else in the same bullshit you are. Right? Let me explain. You meet Will. I don't like Will as a character. I didn't like Will when I met him. All right? You meet Will and you're like, hey man, that's crazy. You got a thing in your head. And he's like, yeah, I do. I'm the Blade of the Frontiers. I'm Will. I hunt demons. Because if I don't, nobody else will. And that's why people put their faith in me. That's why I earned the name, the Blade of the Frontiers. And you're like, that's crazy. I didn't ask, but that's so good to hear. Hey, you got your thing in your head, and I'm trying to figure out a way. Do you want to team up and maybe try and figure out how we can get our things out of our head? And he's like, sure, I don't mind. This thing that's gonna kill us, yeah, we should probably get rid of it. But just so you know, and so we're clear, I'm the Blade of the Frontiers, and if I see a demon, I need to kill it. It's my first and foremost responsibility as the Blade of the Frontiers. I'm Will. And you're like, okay, like, all right, I sure, man, whatever, you know? Like, you know what energy I get from Will? You know what energy I get from Will? This is gonna piss somebody off. I get Discord mod energy from Will. I get Discord mod energy from him. You know? It's like, I'm real important. Sure, yeah, I'll help you out, but just so you know, I'm a pretty big deal somewhere. I got my own server I take care of. It's got over 10,000 active members. No big deal. I'm a pretty big deal over there. So I guess it is a big deal, but it's no big deal. I'm a Discord mod. Yeah, hey, I guess this my history as being a Discord mod would really help us out here. And you're like, oh, I didn't ask. Yeah, well, most people don't need to ask. They usually know when I say the server. The server's name is this. Yeah, you probably know it. It's got over 10,000 active members. And you're like, I didn't ask about any of that shit. That's the same energy I get from Will. Okay? The exact fucking same energy I get from him. I don't like it. At least Gale seems like a dude that's just trying to figure his shit out as well. He's like, all right, so there was this chick. Oh my God, she was so hot. And I tried to impress her, and I fucked up. And then I asked her if we could get back together, and she said no. So now I gotta like deal with some shit, and you're like, bro, fuck it, dude. I understand, man. Hey, say no more, bro. I get it. It's fine. Like, just like say less. Like, I get it. Like, he gets it. Everyone involved with Gale gets it. But some of the other characters, like Lae'zel and Will are worse characters than Gale. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. They're so full of themselves at the beginning of the story and make such drastic, massive, life-changing changes in the course of, like, 4 days. It's like, you went from this entirety of like your entire personality was hissing at me, and now you're like this like whimpering puppy, you know, trying to find your way for scratches in the camp. And that was 4 days ago. 4 long rests between now or between then and now. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. At least Shadowheart's consistent in the fact that she just kind of doesn't like you. Right? And Karlach is consistent in the fact that she definitely likes you. And that's great about the characters. You know? Gale's just there to have a good time. Right? I don't like Astarion because he calls me darling. I don't like when dudes call me darling. I don't even like anyway he calls me darling. Alright. I've been darlinged way too many times. Like, This is PTSD for me. Guapo can attest to this. Back in my time in Taint Invaders Guild, I've been darlinged way too many times. I don't want it. I'm good. It brings me back. It brings back stress for me. That's about it. But even Asterion, at least he's obvious. He has like some clear, you know, he knows what he wants and he is what he is. So is Gale. I like that about these characters. I think most don't like Will. I know I'm in the minority on it. That's fair. Look, if you dig, what? Here's the thing. What is the case to be made for Will? What is the charm that I'm not seeing here? Because I know the characters are all good characters and they're all beloved, and that's amazing. But what is the charm for Will? What's the case to be made for Will? What do most people not get about why Will's a great character? That's what I want to know. I always want to ask people that shit when they're like in on the minority of it or whatever. They like the thing that nobody likes. They like the character nobody likes. Right? Like I have a good defense for like Superman as like a comic book character, for instance. You know? So I know what it's like to be a fan of a character that's not popular. What's the thing about Will that most people miss? If you okay to be darling if you come to the South? Oh, well, listen, if an overweight, grandmotherly type woman is serving me pie and darlings me, that's fine. That's fine. I'm okay with it. Yeah, that's okay. That's different, fishy. You know? That's very different. So, just so we're clear on it. All right, we have the tiniest little sword. The tiniest little sword going up here in the corner. There we go. That's our warm up. All right, I want to do some more concept things because I want to do some painting and I want to start with some concept sketches. So I want to do something different here. Where's this shit? Get it here. Get it here. Sage Temples. Copy. All right. I also need more of these cards for the game, for the collectible card thingy that I'm doing this year, which I've been secretly just quietly doing in my free time, and it's like actually unironically almost ready. So there's that. Will's definitely the least popular. They even rewrote him before the release and it didn't work. Really? I'm sure you're sassing with the best of them there. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Listen, Guapo. Listen, I can explain here, okay? Gotta make sure the Hellbringer's toothpick. Free time. Yeah, I do have free time. I have free time in between stress and anxiety where I feel like I need to be productive. And so instead of doing something fun that I can relax with, I instead do work. And I just try and do work that doesn't matter. Like work on the card game. Or the collectible card thingy, not card game. You know what I mean? Look, Fishy, it's why we never hang out. You never message me during my free time. Right? It's like, bro, I had like I was doing nothing for like a half hour last night. Like what the fuck? Why weren't we hanging out? It's rough. It's rough. When is your free time? When I'm not working. Yeah, what do you mean when's the free? It's when I'm not working. So what? Yeah, I'll have free time at some point in the next week. You know, I don't know what it is, but. It's a message you and I'm not working. I'm not gonna message you just randomly, like I'm not working. Fishy, hang out. What a desperate, needy thing to do as a friend. What a demanding, petulant thing to do. Just to message your friend, just be like, I'm not working right now. I'm not busy. Like just announcing it in some way as if there's supposed to be something acted upon. Sword for halflings is a steak knife. No, because there's no halflings in Eldara, right? That's right. There's no halflings in Eldara. Why? Because no one's convinced me that I should put halflings in Eldara yet. No one has a good reason for it. All right. What was I gonna do? Fuck. I had an idea this morning. I had a strong idea. The hell was it? Mad Mountains. No, it was gonna be shit. I saw one of these sketches and I was like, oh, I want to do this thing with the temple. Okay, let me think about it for a second. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then GG, go next. All right, fair enough. All right. I'll send Fishy a message like as soon as I end stream today. Be like, I'm free. She's like in class. There's like 80 people around her. She's like writing in her fucking textbook some shit about like theoretical mathematical physics language, whatever things or so. I don't know what language majors do. I'm just like, I'm free.
Have you heard of Evan the Stressed?
Oh,
he worked all the time. We were impressed.
Good.
He snapped at the chat and we were shocked at that. He needs to decompress.
You know what, Rock? That was pretty good. For the first one of the year, that was pretty good. You're setting kind of a high bar for 2024 limericks. I'm just saying, man. That was pretty good. Happy New Year, Rock. How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. Happy New Year to you. Hope your year end was good, whatever you're doing. Hope your year start is good, whatever you did yesterday, today, and whatever you're doing this year, Rock. New Year's resolutions or not, goals or not. I believe in you. There's no classes now? What, there's no classes? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done, Fishy. I'm done. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, the tower. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. All right. It's time to Bob Ross this shit out of this.
What have I done? I can't keep up this level of quality.
Yep.
Why aren't there halflings in Eldara, by the way?
Why aren't there halflings in Eldara? Because thank you for the 200 bits, Rock. It's very generous of you. Because nobody has a good narrative reason to include or incorporate the small kin that's not a joke. And it needs to not inherently be a meme. There needs to be some legitimacy behind it. Of like, haha, small thing dumb. I want to be a dumb gnome with big ears and like people, your average gnome enjoyer, right? You want to look like some like giant eared fucking weird mutant thing, right? Why do you want to play a gnome in World of Warcraft? Because you either want the 5% bonus intellect in Classic or you want to look stupid. All right, and nobody has a good argument for me as to why I should include short folk into my D&D world that doesn't end or start in some way with haha small thing dumb gremlin. It's like Kobold players are the worst. Kobold players are the worst because it's like, why do you like Kobold? And they're like, because I like being a little gremlin. It's my spirit animal. I'm like, you're not cute for being a gremlin. You're just unimpressive and your parents don't love you. Like you're not Umaru. Umaru is a redeemed character. Umaru goes out into public and is the top student in her grade, the most beautiful girl in class and all these other things. And then she comes home in gremlins. Where's the other side of you that redeems yourself to allow you to be a gremlin? Kobold players have nothing to redeem themselves. They're like, I just want to be a gremlin. I just don't want to have, so they just want to be haha gremlin. Gnome players want to be haha gremlin. Guild Wars 2. Asura. The Asura. Why do you want to be an Asura? Haha dumb gremlin big ears.
Did he say Uoru? That's what I heard.
Didn't say. Okay. Alright, fucking guy. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. So nobody has a good... Like, the only thing that I can think of is possibly including inherently magical creatures like pixies and sprites and fae and fairies and things like that into the world. That inspiration. But also this art of the Asura is pretty dope, though. Big old fucking iron golem in the back and this little Asura just being a little tinkerer dude with this goddamn head drawings and shit and whatever behind. Anyway... I'm gonna draw a tower. That's what I want to draw. I'm gonna draw a Sage Tower. So yeah, nobody's given me a good reason for it yet. Why can't I be a cute gremlin? Because there needs to be something, yeah, no redeeming side. There you go.
Character sent back to stop an automaton from killing my mother in the past so Skynet doesn't take over Eldara. Wait, this sounds familiar.
Why do you need to be a halfling? Why do you need to be a halfling then? Why can't you be a normalling? What's the redemptive side of being short and weak and unable to hold a mace? What's the redemption of it? Unironically, you know who the best gnome is in D&D? Like, I'm talking all this shit about gnomes and the short folk and whatnot, just being haha gremlin dumb meme. But you know who unironically is the best gnome character out of D&D in the last decade? Actually, Pike Trickfoot. Unironically, actually, full seriosity, it's Pike Trickfoot. And Pike's design isn't haha gremlin. Pike Trickfoot. Pike's design is just small paladin. Big armor. Right?
Unironically, yes. But what
right?
about Scanlan Shorthalt, my meme mentor?
I don't anytime there's anything to do with Scanlan though, Rock, I don't think like small gnome Scanlan. I just think of a scaled down Sam Riegel. So yeah. Question: are there inherently large races in Eldara? Why or why not? There absolutely are, and there are inherently small races in Eldara as well. But for playable characters, there aren't. There's this race of, I haven't given them a name yet, but they're basically the size of Babu Frick from Star Wars, and they do cool magic stuff. So it does exist, because I do think that having a variety of scale is useful. But when we're talking about player options, character selection screen options, no one has made a good case for gnomes or short folk yet. Side question: are your goblins going to be small? Here's the thing: goblins have not earned their way into the world yet. Actually, goblins in the form of goblinoids from like D&D fantasy. I don't know how to handle goblins. So I think goblins are a necessary character, like archetype, whatever thing to have in your fantasy. I think they've passed the test of time. Many different, like whether it's gnomes or goblins or hobgoblins or whatever, much folklore has included the small goblinoid like creature. So I think they are a natural sort of successful component of good fantasy. I just haven't quite yet figured out how the goblin is going to look. I kind of really like the Pathfinder goblins. Like your classic like World of Warcraftian goblin is like not what I want out of my goblins, but I don't know. Don't have yet. Current playable species, right? Yeah, stop. I haven't accidentally complimented a cleric. No, Pike's a paladin. Yeah, Pike's paladin. She hits things with her mace. Clerics, here's the thing: why is Pike a paladin? Pike is obviously a paladin, not a cleric, because instead Pike hits things, with mace, with hammer. Okay, hammer good. If she was just a cleric, she would cry and have no friends. So clearly, Pike's paladin. Yeah. Yeah, is this not obvious? Y'all didn't think that she was actually a cleric, did you? Yeah, bro. What is the first factor, the first distinguishing factor about clerics? It's like warlocks. What do you think first of when you think of a warlock? Patron magic. Druid. What do you think of first when you think of druid? Conduit of nature. What do you think of first when you think of rogue? Master of spycraft. What first thing when rangers? Outdoor wilderness hunter. Fighters, martial master. Monk, spiritual energy conduit. Clerics, has no friends. Sorcerer, conduit for the wild magics. Paladin, shining example of a glimmering wrath of God. All right, taking back the Holy Land one crusade at a time. Get the boys together. Casa de Templari. Wait, wrong game. Wait, wrong universe. Wait, wrong genre. Shit. Okay. See, all these classes have a core fantasy to them that you think of immediately. And Pike has no components of proper clerics. So, I don't tell you, man. I'm a cleric and I don't cry. No comment on friends, though. All right, that's fair. There's two sides to me. The side that wants to be a hot lady, the side that wants to be a little gremlin. Maybe both, or have the ability to switch back and forth, then I have reached my true self-actualization. Oh, God. Shape-shifting pixie sprite darter thing. It's like... It's like I'll let you transform between two different forms on Runa. Fishy. It's like your first form that you can like transition between. Yep. It's like Runa in her daytime form. And then Runa at the camp. This is your fantasy? This is what you want? This is your Umaru? Look, I'll incorporate whatever you want into your D&D adventure. It's your D&D adventure. You get to have the game however you want. And if this is what you want to be a shape-shifting, transforming... What do you mean? I didn't pick anything, all right? I didn't pick anything, okay? It's just I tried to search for Unit Instagram and this is all I got. So, look, man, it's not Fishy's fault. This is the average fantasy enjoyers. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying to make sure that you're having a good time in fantasy. It's like, I don't know if Ashy still has a gremlin mode on stream, but you need... Wait, do you have a gremlin mode on stream? Do you have a gremlin redemption? I know Ashy does. Twitch.tv/Galaxy Goldfish. Do you still have a point redemption for it? Fish plushie, is this it? No. What the fuck? You have your chibi? Same thing. 11 months. All right. But there's no redeem for it, right? Careback also did the gift rock. It did not yet, Thorkin. It did not. There's been no arrival of anything yet. I will keep you up to date when I receive the thing in the mail, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. It's called Chibi Time. Oh. Is it? Did I miss it? Where is it? Where is it? RAR, sound alert, honk. Mommy Goldie, say hi to me. Okay. Roast my waifu slash husbando. Oh, Chibita. Oh, it's only 1,500. Wait. Whoop. Redeem. Wait. Does how much is Ashley's? How much is Ashley's? Hold on. Where's the gremlin mode? 16 months. Pog. Why have an artist badge in your channel? What the fuck? Wait, I thought these are supposed to be on every VTuber. I thought they're supposed to be... What? December's jingling keys growing in size? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Put stuff I got from your Patreon in my hoarding book. And like, I can't understand the joy I get from opening EBA pages. Really? Oh. Soja. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Soja, I'm gonna be doing so I'm relaunching my print store in the next couple of weeks, and I'm gonna be doing a bunch of giveaways for prints and stuff. And my overall cost to print is going down substantially for paper. I'm gonna be able to get paper at like a more of a professional level, so I'm gonna be able to charge a lot less for printing and for prints and stuff. So I'm gonna be doing some giveaways in the next little while. So if you want to add more pages, I guess just stay up to date on the Discord stuff, and there's gonna be some giveaway stuff that I'm gonna be doing, because I always feel deeply honored when anybody puts my art anywhere that they enjoy. You know, like the first time, so I don't remember who it was. I really should. The first ever giveaway that I did is somebody who I believe, and please don't crucify me if I'm wrong, I believe they haven't really been back in my stream all that often. If I saw their name, I might recognize it, but I don't know if maybe they changed their name or something. I forget. The very first giveaway I ever did was a print that somebody, like of my artwork print, was somebody in Europe, and I sent them a print of Rosa, and I was like, oh, that's awesome, hope they enjoy it. And they sent back a picture of the print framed, put on their wall, and it hit me so fucking hard, straight in my chest. I was like, oh my god, wait, somebody enjoyed it enough to like put it up, or like put it in a portfolio, or like whatever it is, however you choose to enjoy your art. So it actually means the world to me that you have EBA pages. Like, seriously, thank you. But I'll be doing some more, like some print giveaways and stuff, and I really want people who want some art and prints and stuff to get them if they're so hopefully lucky enough. Which I'll be doing a bunch though, so hopefully it'll be, and like I'm not a massive streamer or whatever, so I don't have a huge, it's not like giveaway between thousands of people. It'll be like relatively easy to win, I think, for at least something across the multiples I want to do. Either way, thank you for giving my art a place in your most honored art folio, however you organize it. That really means the world to me. I get to redeem for free all the time. You what redeem? I better change December's jingling keys. I'll do my chibi model tomorrow. Okay, good. Chibi model tomorrow. Cool. Wait, does Ulner have a chibi model? Is there? Those commands haven't been updated yet, Atari. The print store is dead right now. Don't even worry about it. I'm also going to be uploading a bunch of like paintings that I'm doing for Eldara. I'm doing a bunch of stuff like concept art stuff like this one when I'm finished it. This is obviously very early, but when I'm finished this piece, there'll be like a version of this up on the print store. This is going to be the title painting. So it'll be like the realms of Eldara or something like that. the soundtrack. You know, let's be a big important title painting. So there'll be Realms of Eldara things to. I don't know. I'm excited. Look, I get to be excited. The print store, look, it's not like the biggest. It's not like my main source of income as an artist or anything. But the print store to me was one of my biggest goals last year. And like of things that I accomplished last year, because it's good to look back and like, you know, be proud of yourself for the things you did. The print store was one of the things that I was most proud of, mostly because the print store was always something that I wanted to do. To me, it was like the way to LARP as a real artist. And I felt so accomplished when I actually launched it. And it did well. It did better than I thought it would, you know. But still, it feels like one of those like, oh, I'm a real artist now moments for me. Because I always valued having a print store as like something that like real artists did. Not like my bullshit, so. Don't worry if I don't win, I'll just buy your stuff. It's worth the cash to you. All right. Relax. Well, I appreciate that, Soja. Seriously. But yeah, I want to do a bunch of giveaways and stuff so people have an option to grab some prints and stuff. I want my art in the hands of people who care about it. That means the absolute world to me. You have no idea how, like, what it does for my soul to feel like somebody out there actually gives a shit about what I do. That isn't my mom or Ella. Because, like, if Ella says she likes something, like, who gives a shit about her opinion? Right? But, like, if somebody who likes my stuff who doesn't have to, like, morally, that's a big deal, bro. Revo's got bird. Oh, sorry, Ashley. Best argument I have for small races playable. Juxtaposition option are good for three-dimensional characters. Allows you to play with the expectations in a way other races don't. A Triton fighter isn't surprising. A Tiefling fighter isn't surprising. A Gnome fighter is. I still vote for a small toggle to any race, but I'll defend halflings and gnomes for the sake of the conversation. So the best argument for any sort of like usefulness of the short folk, in my opinion, nobody has made the argument. Like, should I make the argument for the small folk, or should I continue to like wait for somebody else to make it so that it appears organically? Because the problem is, as soon as you say it, everyone's just going to use that argument. And I want an original ideas and original argument as to why I should include things like gnomes and halflings and whatever into my game, into my world. And I'm worried that as soon as I make the best argument I can think of, which still isn't necessarily good enough to make it into the world, that people will just try and make that argument again. So I don't know. I don't know if it's productive or not. But it also feels dumb and kind of debatey. Just be like, oh, I have this thing that I'm not going to talk about. That does also feel dumb. So understand that I'm aware of both these problems. both are issues here, according to me. I'm gonna draw some forests in here, I think. I want to do these like trios of like sage towers and then like draw sagey shit around them. Figured how to sketch like Rob Alexander. Maybe I should do colorized sketches for all my Eldara concept pieces instead of like trying to do paintings. For now, anyway. Hobbits are natural underdogs. People who see themselves as underdogs are unworthy of greatness, can achieve greatness through that character. That's very close to the argument that I would make. I would expand upon that. Yes. Senex, not quite. I'm not drawing Green Dragon today. So, you tried though. Thank you for spending your channel points on that. Some of the problem with defending small races because Eldar has its own lore. Half the values, like they're the innocent stand-ins or the comedic stand-ins, isn't valuable because you can't just make any race that instead. Yeah, that is kind of difficult. Like that is part of the challenge, definitely, Ashy. Trying to think of one myself. The main thing I have is more broad one. The extra variety of the character appearance adds a bit more to the fantasy side, but it sounds like you have some stuff in mind anyways. Yeah, I mean, like, look, a lot of that's kind of like a little bit shallow. Like it makes sense from a video gamey character creation standpoint and a sort of a TTRPG variance standpoint, but it doesn't necessarily make sense in the way it needs to from a fantasy world standpoint, if you know what I mean. But Atari's getting close with that. All right. I just so I'm not gonna be this like, oh, I'm so smart and debating. Here's my best argument for the short folk of the world, having them in as a narrative function within your world. The value of the Hobbit is inherently tied in the devaluing of the Hobbit's ability to be a force in the world. Right? Inherently required in the Hobbit's telling and the value of them having a short folk or shortkin or the small people of the world is that no, you can't have a strength 18. You can't wield a great mace. You can't be a mighty fighter. You're a Hobbit. You're small. You're 3'4". I don't actually know how tall Hobbits are. You're like 3'2", 3'4". You can't have the great sword. You can't, your stories. Like Pippin said to Denethor, I have no songs worthy of such great halls, or whatever the line was. They're not a mighty people. But what Gandalf saw in the Hobbits when he was searching for the burglar, for the the dwarves taking back their mountain, when he was searching for or allowing for Frodo to bear the ring, the greatest evils of the world, is the idea that there is something stronger in spirit that physicality does not necessarily require. Right? That Frodo, in his spirit, he may have been short, but in that like natural adversity in the world, in naturally being this like underdog in the world, because you're small, you don't get strength 18, you don't get dex 18, you don't get con 18, you are small, and average sized human could step on you and you're dead. That's like the whole vibe of it. That the sort of the inherent spirit and courage found within the heart was stronger in them in some ways because of that. So they were stronger against the temptations that Boromir fell to, that Aragorn knew he would fall to. Part of the wisdom of characters like Gandalf, Aragorn, Galadriel, and Boromir post attempting to take the ring is the idea that they know that their heart couldn't resist the temptations, but there was something in naturally in the hobbits that they had sort of a more honest connection with their place in the world, and humility to themselves, and an honesty to themselves, and a heart to make up for the other things, the challenges that they would face in life, right? And I think that it's a great use of storytelling to have the small, unassuming, short folk of the world be some of the greatest fighters, the greatest competitors in these dark times, right? At the end of the movie, when Aragorn, and in the books it's very similar, tells Frodo and the hobbits that they bow to no one, that they are heroes of the realm, that's true, and it's true for a reason. It's part of their stout hearts. And so the argument that I would make for why in a fantasy narrative standpoint you might want to have a race that is inherently disadvantaged, right? You are small, you don't get higher anything, you're just small, right? Is that you have opportunities to tell a story that's greater than your physicality. However, this doesn't work in D&D, because as soon as you tell people, oh, you're playing a hobbit, okay, you get a -4 to your strength. You can only achieve a strength 14. If you achieved a strength 14, you'd be the strongest of your bloodline
I kind of saw
ever.
It that Tolkien wrote hobbits as the manifestation of the purest human spirit during wartime. Easily destroyed but endlessly resilient in the face.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. I think there's an interesting commentary in there about about finding the light in the darkness. There's a very mythological, almost biblical story in the Hobbits, which is a very important one to humans and whatever. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that's hard for D&D because D&D players, they want it all, man. They want it all. They were like, I want to be short and I want to be small and I want to have I want to be the small adversity people, you know, the world, big world, small, you know, little old me trying to make my way. But also I don't want to have any mechanical, you know, drawbacks. And it's like, hold on. You're being greedy. You're being absolutely greedy. If you want all the cool stuff and the benefit that comes with being the underdog, but you don't actually want to be the underdog, doesn't really change anything there, dog. Like you're not getting there, you know? And so that's kind of like, that's the best from a narrative standpoint. It's the best argument I could make. But I don't know if it's now here's the thing, I could have that in my world, but it's just not accessible to players. Because I don't want players ruining that by saying, I demand strength 18. I'm gonna be the strongest. I'm gonna be a raging barbarian. It's like, you can't. You can be a rogue, you can be a caster, you can be somebody who subverts the physical world because you're not a physical creature. You're a small, insignificant, 3 foot tall meatbag that if somebody kicked too hard, they'd snap your spine. So you need to find your place in the world and be that underdog via other ways. But again, D&D players, they want it all. They want everything. They're greedy. So, I'll play small as an alien race in a fantasy world where everyone's 4/6 to 6/6 playing 2/3 underknown from a Feydark can make the character feel more out of place in the universe. That's true. It does inherently have an otherworldliness to it. When guys have to work harder, not to just be comedic relief. Yes, that's a good point. Yep. It is hard with D&D mechanics, fishy, but like that's the reason why I think it's hard, you know? Maybe they could have higher constitution, maybe, yeah. Like that's, I mean, I don't know though. Because that's also tied directly to hit points. I want that in Cat Girls. Oh yeah, you accidentally said that out loud, Rocks. Sorry, man. And it could make hobbits a race in Eldara, but it also make Draenei the most innocent and pure of the humans without making them small and ban them from non-divine, non-martial classes. Yeah, it's like, what do you do about it, you know? I don't know. I feel like there nobody makes an argument for the small folk of the world that I think really like Atari got very close. People have gotten very close along the same lines. I'm just finishing the sort of the line of the train of thought in a lot of ways. But some people get kind of the vibe. But a lot of people, the majority of people that have the option of being the short folk in their D&D game, they just want to be haha gremlin short. And it's like, does that really merit like addition to the fantasy world? I don't necessarily think so. So that's why I'm thinking that you could achieve maybe the same sort of thing by making them inherently magical. So you say, yeah, you get like, you can't achieve more than a 14 strength as like a Eldaran pixie, whatever our shortkin that we're going to create, our playable shortkin. You're an Eldaran pixie. You can't achieve more than a 14 strength. You just can't. It's not going to happen. It's not possible. You're like 3'4". If you achieved a 14, that would be insane. You'd be like the Eddie Hall of pixies. All right. You're like deadlifting a broom and it's like, holy shit, that's the strongest person I've ever seen, you know, but give them another benefit or another thing that inherently makes them special and allows them to fulfill that story. Like
Scanlan
right?
Short-hauled, but he was short folk and he used humor as pain deflection until he found out he had a daughter. Then he grew up.
Yep. I understand I don't like Scanlan. I find Scanlan's character annoying, but here's the thing that I like about Sam Riegel. Sam Riegel is a very intelligent storyteller. Right? Sam Riegel is probably the best example of meaningful comic relief in a D&D game I've ever seen. Because you're absolutely right. You know, there are those moments. And he did it with Not, and he's kind of doing it with Fresh Cut Grass. Similar sort of things. Dumb comic relief that has like some sort of very like old important story in there, some morality. Tell halfling player they're stuck at 14 strength, 14 dex, 14 con, they'll just play heavy armor casters, which would be kind of cool to see. What I'm hearing is that there needs to be a narrative consequence to the race being short. Kind of, I think so. What do you think, Arthur? You think that's fair or not? It's not like the useless goddess trope. Okay, Okay, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Dealing a broom impressive. A whole broom. If you're a pixie, the whole ass broom, Thorkin, when it's wet, or a mop when it's wet. Goddamn. I still like the die sizing down for their weapon and letting them have 18 strength. That's proportional to their race and not congruent with the Goliath's 18. Hence the smaller weapon, push carry weights, etc. How would that work out of combat as well, Ashy? You think? Strength 18, like 18 is more of a representation of like how strong you are relative to your. So what you're saying is you'd make 18 and the stat relative to their own race.
In LOTR, you had Gimli as comic relief. He joked around, but he wasn't a joke. He was formidable and had moments of humility and moments of strength.
And achievement, yeah. I think that when I talk about humor in my D&D games, like I think Gimli and Legolas are a great example of comic relief. Even in the books, Gimli and Legolas are hilarious, right? Tolkien knew that they were supposed to be hilarious. And I think that Peter Jackson did a good job in the movies at making them hilarious. But like, they never sacrificed being a serious character in... Hold on, how do I say it? He never sacrificed the seriousness of their character to make them funny, right? But so much like funny or humor in D&D is so... It's like why... Okay, think about why I didn't like the D&D movie, because you sacrificed a character being taken seriously to make them funny. And like whether you like the D&D movie or not, you can't disagree with that part at the very least, right? That there has to be they sacrificed a lot of characters that like possibility of being serious, like a serious character, to make them funny. And that's kind of, I don't like that in my adventures, in my fantasy, in my storytelling. I want like characters or whatever, or moments or things that are funny to occur within the sort of the framework of the world without sacrificing itself or any of the characters at the altar of, you know, a cheap or easy laugh. Like I guess the worst, most contentious thing I could say about the D&D movie is that it was all cheap, low-hanging humor. But here's the thing. I say that fully aware that sounds like I'm judging people who thought the movie was funny. There is nothing wrong with liking cheap, low-hanging humor, right? But like, sometimes you want something more substantive. And there's just so much low-hanging humor in fantasy right now that it's like so weird when you see something that's like, that's not like you go back to Gimli and Legolas in Lord of the Rings in the books, and Tolkien made them funny. But like they weren't ridiculous. You know, I don't really know how to describe it or whatever, but I think most people get what I'm trying to say. But like it's just hard to word, you know? It's hard to find the direct description for it.
Cheap but earned. It should be almost a moment of brevity from a stressful situation. Like Gimli asked to be tossed during...
Yeah, during the Helm's Deep thing. During a battle. Yeah. Exactly. That like, but then again, there's nothing wrong with like enjoying something easy and cheap once in a while. But I agree. That's what I want out of my fantasy. Because the problem is, are you sacrificing a character in the name of them of an easy laugh, of a quick laugh, you know, which is something that, you know, a character like, or a person like Sam Riegel does, which is so, you know, his character is very cheap. His character's humor are always very cheap and easy, but then he always like wraps it back into a serious story. So it's like kind of like skirting the line in between both, which is why it's so interesting. But most people aren't smart enough to do what Sam Riegel does, which is the problem with most, I don't know, humor in fantasy right now. Next thing with TTRPG I was looking at, sadly I can't remember the name at the moment. You could choose your size rather than ranging from small to large, but there weren't bonuses or penalties. Certain areas, depending on size, I want to say the smaller characters naturally needed a higher roll. Yeah. I know Goliaths get 1.5 carry, push, drag, etc. Give small 7.5. That's, you know, Ashley, that's interesting. Because, like, the thing is that so D&D players are very easy to, like, trick in a way. So it's like, yeah, if you say to your friend or to one person, it's like the Goliath can get like 18 strength and they get like, you know, 1.5 mod for carrying, whatever. Okay, then that equals like X, you know, number, like big number. The halfling player doesn't actually care if X equals small number. They don't want to feel like they don't get this number. So if you say you can only have 14, and that's why this is a small number, they get mad and pout. But if you say to them, you can also have 18, because 18 is your relative representation of your strength. It's just the way the 18 manifests on a halfling is different than the way it manifests on a Goliath. Most people can kind of understand that. And you get what you want in the end. You get the same result. And they think that they get the same stat, right? So you're just tricking them and making and just making them feel like they're not at a weird disadvantage here. You know, it's like people in World of Warcraft want purple gear because purple gear is best gear. But they'll give them like blue gear quality purple gear and they'll feel like, oh, I got an epic item, I'm so cool. It's like, okay, all right, champ. So maybe you're absolutely right. Maybe what we need to do to work the sort of believability of like small folk into the world is change it outside of the 18 entirely in any way we possibly can. Like you said, scaling the dice down and whatnot, so that they don't realize they're being scamazed, because a lot of D&D players are dumb. And I think we can all agree on that. That's very interesting. Now, the problem is, I don't know if D&D inherently mechanically builds that in easily, though. Is good middle ground that is best? Yeah. Matter immersion, characters should be deeper than jokes? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's like why I didn't like the D&D movie. Right? The D&D movie felt like it was just dumb. I don't know. Quick jokes, low hanging fruit, easy one-liners. Like, here's the thing. The D&D movie is written at the same sort of depth or level as like a Marvel movie. But the thing is, there's something weird about Marvel movies that feel, because we live in kind of an ironic, sarcastic society, that people in our current day can kind of be like that, and you still can sort of take them seriously, weirdly. But when it comes to a fantasy world or science fiction, you stop taking them seriously. I don't know what that is. There's something there. I don't know what it is, but there's something there to that. Needs more development, but there is an idea there, I think. My character's biggest chungus needs to be bigger than a joke. No, yeah. Well, all right, some of them don't need to be. There you go. Sometimes you just get it right the first time, so. Hey, you don't need to even worry about it. It's fine, man. You got it. You fixed it. You figured it out. All right, I need to go grab more water because I'm out of water. So I will be right back in just a minute.
So for Marvel, for example, Tony's dark. He was sarcastic, but underlying was alcohol problems.
Oh, was there?
Missing his parents and wanting to change.
Use sarcasm to deflect larger issues. Yeah, and I think you could do that, but I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to analyze there. It's like, why? Like I would like to propose the question to people, anyone who has a similar, who might have an enlightened answer. Why did I like Marvel movies, but I did not like the D&D movie? That's the question. That's the interesting question that I think is kind of interesting to explore. I'll be right back though. I'm gonna go grab a new water because I'm out. When I return, maybe we'll have an answer. I don't know. Maybe. all this chair coon shit, man? I swear. You guys like this chair more than you like me. No, I get it, bro. Okay, I missed some things before I left. Most campaigns I plan have a ton of cheap humor and railroading with fairly predictable characters development, but we love it because it's fun. We're burnt out high schoolers trying to get through the week. Look, and I think that's fine. Like, that's the thing. I don't have anything wrong with, like, anything against there being like cheap, easy jokes and shit like that in my D&D games. But I think but like sometimes I want something more serious, but it's like hard to get. For the gnomes, carrying 150 pounds sounds insane, but if the Goliath can carry the gnome while the gnome is carrying all that, the gnome isn't unplayable in combat, and smaller D size is -1 on average. You're not telling them to keep subtracting their damage all the time. They just have a short sword instead of a long sword. Yeah, it's weird. It's like I'm less concerned about combat than I am out of combat. You know what I mean? With like the strength checks and carrying capacities and things like that. Marvel feels like the semi-serious parody. I don't know if that makes sense. Like they're trying to mimic IRL, but everything is turned to sarcasm and irony. Is that a good or bad thing in your opinion, Thorkin? Like the issue was the D&D movie felt like a Marvel comic about D&D being made into a D&D movie, not an actual D&D movie. It was Lord of the Rings. It was Guardians of the Galaxy with magic. That's my take. Yeah, there was also just a lot of like point at a D&D thing and like soy face at it. You know, like what's the, hold on. Yeah. It's like your average. This was their marker for the D&D movie. Whenever there was a D&D reference. Right? It's like, it's a beholder. It's an owlbear. It's a spell that you used one time. And that's what they just expected the average person to, you know. Look, I don't know, man. Hey, look, if you like, here's the thing. If you like the D&D movie, that's awesome. I'm not saying anyone should not like the D&D movie. I'm just saying I didn't. And I'm trying to figure out why. Why couldn't, maybe it's because fantasy isn't taken very seriously anymore. Because taking fantasy seriously was dumb for a long time. And you get people who take it too seriously and then you get cringy. And then, I don't know, there's like a balance there that nobody's quite getting right or something. I've thought about this a lot. I've thought about why I didn't like the D&D movie a lot. Because I feel like I'm the only person amongst like, especially streamer friends of mine that are in the D&D category. Like all my non-D&D category streamer friends also were pretty meh on it or just straight up disliked it. But all of my streamer category friends loved it. It was the best thing ever. You know? Expectation / stakes. At the point Marvel's comedy is so watered down that literally anyone can say insert snark here and it'll have the same impact, so you're expecting low-hanging jokes undercutting the tension. But so many D&D movies have the B flicks and the good ones, budgets and hype. It feels like we might get an actual good movie and that was stolen from you for more generic filler. Maybe. Oh, that's a good point. That's a great analysis, actually. I think you're onto something there. Marvel movie is meh. You'll get another one next month. We might get another D&D movie anytime soon. Yeah, I guess it's like, you know what it was, actually? I guess it's like kind of a wasted opportunity. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. It's like we don't get a lot of fantasy. So like you guys are wasting an opportunity to do good fantasy. I also just think fantasy is a great medium for stories that matter. I don't know why. Yeah, I couldn't tell you why. But I think fantasy is a great medium for stories that have impact or weight behind them, and I'm not sure why inherently. That's interesting to think about. D&D reference Among Thieves? Yeah. But like that happened a lot in the movie. You know, which I guess is gonna happen. It's just like they expected people to cheer and applaud them for having D&D references in their D&D movie. I don't know, it's just a little bit weird. The references were kind of like displayed on a platter, with like a big like reference here sign pointing at it in some way. It just kind of felt that way. Maybe that was me reading too much into it. I would accept a disagreement on that without much like evidence behind that disagreement. But that's the way I personally felt about it. She more range within fantasy humor though, instead of just skewing everything to one side. Yeah, I agree. There's really a lot of fantasy stuff taken seriously, and when there is something that takes itself seriously, like the movie or show ends up being bad anyway. Yeah, it's like you need to go super gritty and like dark, like Game of Thrones. It's like if you're taking it seriously, you need to be like, this is the world of brutality where there's like things that happen that I can't say on stream because this VOD will go onto YouTube, and if I say the S word or the R word on YouTube, the video's gonna get messed up. You know, you have to include the worst parts of humanity if you want to have something that's taken seriously in your fantasy genre world. And I just disagree with that. I just don't think that's necessary. I think that you can have plenty serious storytelling without having it be like gratuitous. You know what I mean? Mind Avengers 3 humor kind of sucked overall because every single character needed to get the joke, and you realize the characters say kind of the same jokes. So also maybe I have a higher opinion of Marvel than a lot of people because I stopped watching Marvel after Age of Ultron. I never really saw many Marvel movies after that. I think I saw like Doctor Strange, maybe Ant-Man. I think those are the only two after like post Ultron release that I saw. But I still haven't seen the like Avengers, Infinity, whatever. I haven't seen any of that shit. I haven't seen, which apparently was the apex, the pinnacle. That was like good Marvel, and like everything after that's kind of like meh. Cause like that, so like I don't know. My opinion on Marvel might be higher because I just haven't. I didn't watch, like I didn't survive through Marvel long enough to watch it like crumple in on itself. Marvel movie timeline. Which movies did I see? Hold on. I need a visual aid for this. Is this it? No, it needs to get bigger. Shit. I need like a... I figure out where I watched to. Is this a good one? Yes, I'll accept your cookies. Okay, it's not visual, but... So everything here was good. I think people like this. Captain America. Oh wait, this is a timeline. This isn't like a... Mostly chronological though, okay. Iron Man was great. Sure, Iron Man 2, why not? You know, Thor and Avengers are cool. Iron Man 3, alright, whatever. Meh, Thor, good. Captain America. Guardians of the Galaxy, I thought was good. Age of Ultron. Okay, so this is where I stopped. I watched, which I guess this is like, what, phase 1? And then I think I saw Ant-Man because I watched it with my mother-in-law. Didn't see Captain America Civil War. Didn't see Black Widow. Didn't see Spider-Man. I saw Doctor Strange and Black Panther. I've seen these two. And then, yeah, I haven't seen Avengers, which I think this is kind of where people agree. This is like where it was good. Like watch up until like most people would tell me or have told me that I should watch up to this. That like a lot of this stuff in here, Captain America and Spider-Man, all this stuff is like pretty good up until Infinity War, or sorry, Endgame. But I've heard nobody say anything good about Shang-Chi. Spider-Man people liked. Eternals I heard was shit. Spider-Man again was good. I've heard bad things about Doctor Strange, about Love and Thunder, about... I didn't know there was a second Black Panther movie. I didn't know there was another Ant-Man movie coming out. I had no idea that wait, there's more... Yeah, so I don't know. I guess... Like, is all of this shit just awful? Because when I say I like the Marvel movies, and people don't realize that I'm talking about like this, I think I'm talking about this too. Is that the problem? Hawkeye, Shang-Chi, What If, WandaVision, The Falcon, and The Winter Soldier. There is no way they made a movie called The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. This is not a real movie. This entire thing is correct. This is a joke right here. This is the Easter egg. There's no shot they tried to do something with the fucking Falcon and the Winter with two side characters. It was a whole ass show? Really? Hold on, what was it about Spider-Man? Spider-Man New York. Ooh, you're right about that, actually. Rock. Alright, hold on, I missed a bunch of shit. Reminder, Avengers 3 humor is kind of sucked overall because every single character needed to get my joke in. If it had been straight to Netflix and exactly the same movie, I'd probably liked it better. I'll enjoy the time spent watching. I wouldn't like demand my 2 hours back. That's fair. Infinity War and Endgame were the best. See cute with Marvel movies, but Marvel holds a special place in my heart and my childhood, which is fair, you know. Like I will like bad World of Warcraft content because it holds a special place for me. So people find the same thing with Marvel. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Past Endgame was meh. For Marvel, I feel like I had self-conscious stories. Guardians of the Galaxy, I read that. Guardians of the Galaxy movies are generally good. I agree. I've seen 2 of them, so they need to keep the universe-shattering stuff to the Avengers, with Doctor Strange being the exception. The stakes are too high, I think, right? Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is actually really good. Probably the best Marvel movie since pre-Endgame. Really? Maybe I should watch it, because I like Guardians of the Galaxy. Shouldn't choose a martial arts movie? Okay. Loki's good. What If is fine. Others I don't care about too much. People loved WandaVision, though. People said that WandaVision was great. That it was like the best thing. That Falcon becomes Captain America. Wait, what? This Falcon becomes Captain America? I'm so confused. Alright, whatever. Whatever, man. Sure. So what do we have to look forward to? We have Moon Knight, which, I don't know. Does anybody know anything about Moon Knight? Is this gonna be a good movie? Doctor Strange. I don't know. Doctor Strange could be good. Ms. Marvel, I don't know anything about. Thor: Love and Thunder, I don't know anything about. New Black Panther, I don't know anything about. She-Hulk, probably gonna be bad because I've never liked She-Hulk as a character, but then again, maybe the Marvel Cinematic Universe can make She-Hulk not a cringy knockoff of the Hulk. Ant-Man the Wasp, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care about Ant-Man or the Wasp. I just don't. Secret Invasion, this sounds cool. Secret Invasion sounds cool. I don't know what this is, but I bet it's cool. I bet there's like fucking, I don't know. This could be cool. I like the title of it. Secret Invasion. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And the Marvels. Oh, these already came out? Wait, really? These are all out already? I thought that No Way Home was already out. So these are all out. Are any of these good? Secret Invasion ended up probably the biggest letdown. Oh, man, I just hyped myself up for it. Ah, fuck. Oh, ah, shit. All right. I feel dumb now. Bunch of these movies set in 2025. There's a 5-year time skip between Avengers 3 and 4. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. What the fuck is Marvel Zombies? Or Agatha House of Harkness? I don't need a new Daredevil. I don't. Okay, you know what? I don't. This is too much. This is too much. I can't. So why did Guardians of the Galaxy get witty one-liners right and D&D movie got it wrong? For people that didn't like that part of the D&D movie, because the problem is I feel like not many people. Like, most people I talk to in general are favorable about the D&D movie. They think it's great. Again, nothing wrong with that. I'm happy for y'all. You know, I'm happy for you when you say you like the D&D movie, the same way you're happy for me when I say I like still playing World of Warcraft. When it's like, oof, I don't know if I can keep doing that, Evan. WoW's kind of rough for me. It's like, fair, but I love it, you know? And you're just happy that I'm having fun. You know, that's the way I kind of feel that people enjoy the D&D movie. I don't have anything against them, but I still just don't get it.
But it feels like the same thing. It feels like the same thing as like Guardians of the Galaxy. I think there was a good point about it being because like it's a wasted opportunity for serious fantasy. But then again, was the D&D movie serious or could a D&D movie ever be serious fantasy? And not just be a poorly done Monty Python and the Holy Grail ripoff, which is the only funny time a fantasy movie has ever been. I don't know. Well, maybe no. Sorry. Oh, I forgot. Monty Python Holy Grail is historical, not fantasy. My bad. Yep. Spider-Man are the best ones from after Endgame. Yeah, people generally are pretty favorable about Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man movies seem to be pretty good. People like Tom Holland. I think that's the new one, right? Is the newest Spider-Man the one that had like the old Spider-Mans, Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire? Because like I grew up with Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I remember Andrew Garfield Spider-Man was good too. I have not seen a single Tom Holland Spider-Man movie, but people seem to be pretty favorable about them. That was the most recent one? Okay. All right. Marvel's is already en route to be disappointing because it features Captain Marvel. Did people just not like Captain Marvel for some reason? I thought Captain Marvel was like Marvel's Supergirl. Like people, I thought she was like a grittier version of like, I don't know, like this non-existent Superman. I think James Gunn knows how to execute it well. He's good at keeping it serious when it needs to be serious and funny when it can be. When there's humor in a serious moment, it usually feels in character too. I know James Gunn directed the first Guardians movie, but has he directed the other Guardians movies as well? Did they give him the entire franchise? Do they do that? Does like the same person direct all of Thor or all of like Doctor Strange and all the Avengers? Or how is that? He did all three. Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Tobey Maguire's top tier. Yeah, old Spider-Man was top tier, wasn't it? The Marvels wasn't great, but I like Kamala Khan. She definitely needs to have her ass kicked hard in the next movie so we get a decent origin story instead of what we got already. Captain Marvel's way too overpowered. It's just unreal. Isn't she like, yeah, wait. Isn't she like, I remember somebody complaining that she was like more powerful than like DC Superman or whatever. I don't know if that's true or not. I thought Captain Marvel was snarky and know-it-all, but she was female Tony Stark and her powers made her basically immune to conflict or damage for the Endgame. They sent her off for most of the movie. Oh, so they made her so powerful they couldn't use her. Okay. She was just a Mary Sue, not relatable or likable. Oh, okay, that's fair. I mean, Captain Marvel rebooted from Resistance. Her personality is horrible and her powers are just too much to be interesting. Cause like that's why okay, this is why people like Supergirl from DC. Cause Supergirl kind of sucked and she was dumb and she didn't know what she was doing and she fucked up all the time. And the story of containing that much power with like the imperfections of mortality and like becoming a hero in the end, hopefully, was like one of the stories of like, especially like New 52 Supergirl. People really liked. I liked it. I thought the Captain Marvel was like sort of the same thing, but like without the Superman to contrast it to, because like you contrasted Kara Zor-El's imperfection against Clark Kent's perfection, right? Which made like Kara's story so much better as a Superman story or a super story. I thought that Captain Marvel was like that for Marvel without the Superman to worry about contrasting it against. She could kill Thanos all by herself, so she can really shut up within 10 minutes left. What's her origin? What's Captain Marvel's origin? What's the origin of Captain Marvel? Is Captain Marvel like how did Captain Marvel get superpowers or whatever? What's the universe shattering thing? Because like if you ask me what the strongest superhero in Marvel should be, I would argue like shouldn't it be Thor or Doctor Strange? Like I get Iron Man's like Batman, okay, sure, whatever, and all these other superheroes do cool things, but like isn't the ones that channel the powers of the universe like Thor or Doctor Strange supposed to be the like most powerful ones? Unless there's some other things out there, whatever. Marvel shows up once during phase 1 and basically ends all threats immediately. Captain Marvel in the early 2000s was good when she was wait, what? She's Marvel, but currently Captain Marvel's not good. She got hit with Tesseract power thing. Wasn't that just like a little box from one of the movies that was like, okay, I don't remember the Tesseract enough to know why it's so powerful. What Infinity Stones? Oh, Tesseract into super jet, blew up in her face. Now a normal, powerful entity. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. You mean Captain Marvel or Captain Marvel? I don't know. What's the difference? Captain Marvel's far powerful than Thor. Oh, that's disappointing. But Thor is the god of thunder. What do you mean, man? Thor is the best. Thor was always my favorite Marvel character before the movies, anyway. I always like comic book Thor because comic book Thor was like kind of an asshole, right? Like, any of y'all remember comic book Thor? I remember like a panel or whatever where he just like, I don't remember what he did, but he was like fighting someone or whatever, and then he was like talking to them or whatever, where they're just like, oh, so you'll spare me or whatever, and then Thor was just like, no, I can't. And he's like, why not? And he's like, because I can't forgive weakness, and then just like kills him or whatever. I don't remember what comic that was from or what era of Thor that was from, but I was like, damn, Thor, all right. Thor's like a fucking, like a Klingon or some shit, man. Dude's like Kratos, goddamn. One of the MCU characters got her powers through the mail. I shit you not. No. How do you get your powers through the mail? I don't understand. Shiny blue box with Infinity Stone. But like, hold on. If here's the thing. If she got her power from an Infinity Stone, how is she more powerful than like Vision, who was like literally just an Infinity Stone with like feet or whatever? Or I don't. Okay, I'm confused, man. I feel like I need to lay down. I just. Okay. I feel exhausted. I don't know why. Tesseract equals universe-ending MacGuffin that patches most plot holes. Yeah. You know what I miss? I miss the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show. It was good. It was relatable. It was understandable. Phil Coulson was a great character. I miss Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a good time. I liked that series. I was into that when that was a thing. God knows how many fucking years ago. Just a dude being a dude, trying to make his way. Hopefully not getting roasted by the superpowers in the universe. She had nothing to do with the power, cost her nothing, just happened to be standing there. I mean, isn't that kind of the case with like Spider-Man though? Oh god, I got bitten by a radioactive spider. Now I'm handsome. Take my glasses off in the mirror. So like, I kind of get that, sort of. I guess maybe it's different. I don't know. I guess if she never has to, like, Spider-Man has to pay for like the morality of his powers and figure out, that's like kind of his story or his jam, is like how does a normal person adjust to that? And so if they rob Captain Marvel of that, then I suppose that's kind of a not a great storytelling thing. I don't know the right words for it. Trope. Kamala is presented with a package filled seemingly with junk from her grandma. Upon searching through the package, Kamala finds and takes interest in a bracelet. This bracelet is what gives Kamala her powers in the MCU. With Miss Marvel's MCU powers change, she can now create floating platforms, throw giant energy fists, and even embiggen her. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is? Who's? Hold on. Marvel. Kamala. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? Wait. Oh, Miss Marvel. Okay, I'm caught up now. I understand. New Captain Marvel. Wait, new Captain Marvel or Miss Marvel? I'm confused. Doesn't Marvel try to push Inhumans? Right. Big question with the MCU. What is going on with the dead Celestial in the sea? There's a dead Celestial in the sea? What the fuck is a Celestial? Miss Marvel is not Captain Marvel. Kind of confusing. She's in the Marvels. What is the Marvels? What is... I don't understand. I just want Thor. I just want Thor to throw his hammer at something. Can someone just give me Thor, please? That's all I want. I don't want to worry about it. All this other shit. I don't understand what's going on. Who's getting powers from what? You know what I want? I want a good Green Lantern movie. That's what I want. I want a good Green Lantern movie. He's Jon Stewart was one of my favorite superheroes. You remember like Justice League Jon Stewart? That was his name, right? Right? Because it was like Hal Jordan and John Green Lantern Jon Stewart. Yeah, Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart Green Lantern was the best. He was my favorite. My favorite in the Justice League. He was the best. I want a good Jon Stewart Green Lantern movie. That's what I want, man. He doesn't have his cool hammer. What's the doofus? What?
_Kitsune happy birthday since Evan has now missed it multiple times. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Also, I missed my message about my birthday. Three messages about your birthday? Wait, what? I'm confused. What did I miss? Am I being skamazed? I feel like you guys are okay. I can't tell if I'm being trolled or not. Happy birthday. If it is your birthday, I don't know. I want a good Flash movie. The Flash I can never take seriously. I think they've kind of ruined the Flash. Maybe, I don't know. People like the CW like superhero shit like the Flash, but it's not my jam. So, are you always being trolled? I don't know, man. I can't tell. I think, honestly, when people say I miss messages, half the time I feel like I'm being gaslit. Because it's like there's usually only two reasons why somebody like for me to miss a message. Either it's like I'm doing stuff, so obviously I'm gonna miss messages, or I like don't usually miss messages. People are trying to make me feel like I miss messages. So I never know if I actually miss something. The only time I ever like know I miss a message is when someone's just like, oh, it got like buried, so here's a repost or whatever, and I'm like, oh, cool, sorry. I never know, man. And then I can't trust chat when y'all say that I missed something, because I don't know if I actually did or not. Thank you 100 bits though, Rock. I appreciate that. Can't tell if being gaslit or if actually missed messages. What if such a good show? I'm glad it's getting season 3. Yeah, people like it. Flash, my favorite DC character, but the comic version, not so much the movie and show versions. I can't think of a difference really between the two of them, but I don't really read a lot of Flash. When DC can get their movies in gear and make a good Justice League movie without having fans force them into re-releasing movie in a different cut. Oh, the whole like Schneider cut thing, right? The Arrowverse was all right before season 5 of the Flash came out, whatever year that was. The Green Arrow was cool. I watched that and it was fun, but anything after that.
Join me, Evan. Join the meme side.
Yeah.
I have cookies and I thank Ella for the bits constantly.
Stop. We're not thanking Ella for bits.
Said the quiet.
We're not thanking Ella for bits. Okay? Ella will be thanked for 0 bits this month. I will never thank Ella for bits. There's nothing you can do. There's no sub goal in the subathon that I actually ironically or unironically hit to thank Ella for bits, except for one time. And I learned my lesson. And after that, I will never thank Ella for bits ever. I will never thank her for bits, contributions, for subs, nothing. Ella is dead to me on Twitch. Mostly because she doesn't stream. And she's not cool enough to be my friend. I'm only friends with big streamers. So, there you go. Stop thanking Ella. She didn't share any bits. Arrow was such a pleasant surprise when it came out. There really weren't many good shows about superheroes at the time. Yeah, Arrow was cool when it came out, right? Right? Like people generally liked it. I liked it. I think most people were generally favorable about it. People were like pretty hyped about it. But you know what we need? We need a good fantasy TV show or fantasy movie. Is there anything coming out in the next, like, I don't know, announced in the next decade or whatever, in production, in pre-production, in whatever? Is there anything to be excited about on the fantasy standpoint? as like a loser D&D player, as a hopeless fantasy enjoyer, is there anything for me to be excited about on the fantasy scene? Because I can't think of anything, man. I feel like fantasy has been ruined. It's like Game of Thrones did it, and people were like, ooh, fantasy, I'm a fan. And then Game of Thrones sucked. Then people decided that it was fantasy's fault, not Game of Thrones. And then Wheel of Time sucked. And then Rings of Power sucked. And I feel like that there's just like people like unfortunately attribute bad TV to bad like to fantasy instead of like just bad TV. So like, and then on the movie side, we've had like really bad fantasy movies. We've had like Warcraft movie level fantasy movies on the movie side. So I feel like fantasy is we're just kind of screwed for a while, right? It needs to like go out of people need to forget about fantasy, and then it needs to like come back as like a retro thing and be done right, and then restart the franchises or whatever. Rebel Moon, what the fuck is that? House of the Dragon, what is that? Maybe it's a live action at least. Game of Thrones ending ruined everyone affiliated. Yeah, the writer's fault, not the genre. Yeah, imagine making a Lord of the Rings TV show and like screwing it up. Just imagine that. Just think about what's required to do that. To make a Lord of the Rings TV show that people who are Lord of the Rings fans didn't like. Then again, it probably wasn't made for Lord of the Rings fans. It's probably made for the like mainstream, which is like, that's fine, I guess. To be fair, some people like Rings of Power though. It's not universal that everybody disliked it. It's just like a lot of people disliked it. It's not as Rings of Power being disliked is not as universal as the last season of Game of Thrones. I should say that. Real Moon is a cross between Star Wars and Bugs Life. Oh god. Bugs Life. Hold on, what is this? Rebel. Wait, why that just... the fuck? Anthony Hopkins. The guy from Vikings. A handsome man. This is a good cast. This looks cool. What is this out? This looks neat. You got a chick with some swords. You got a dude with antlers. You got a man with a gun. You got your average Oklahoma girl next door. You got people with like the face markings from the John Travolta sci-fi movie. This looks great, dude. You got some like Farscape looking shit up here. Remember Farscape? That's what this reminds me of. I don't know why. If that's good or bad, it's up to you. Wait, this guy not wearing a shirt? He's just not wearing a shirt. Okay. I like this. This is good. More of this. This is cool. When the fuck is this coming out? Is this a book or something? Part 1's out now. Part 2 comes out along in April. Ooh, really? Rebel Moon, Rotten Tomatoes. Did people like Rebel Moon? Part 1, A Child of Fire. Okay. I don't want to go down a 3-hour rabbit hole of trying to figure out what the conspiracy of, if there's a conspiracy behind this is. Atari, why did critics not like this, but the audience generally did? Is this one of those things where like the critics were like, they wanted to shit on this because it did something that like, you know, like critics do, but the audience generally likes it? I get very suspicious when critics don't like something, but the audience generally does, that it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I want the one line about it, the summary. I don't want to go down a 3-hour rabbit hole, like a Star Wars movie or something. Felt rushed. Characters were extremely shallow. Kristen likes stuff when they aren't paid mostly. Oh, that's fair. That summary's probably Snyder film. They were lying to hate it before it came out. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Is there any other good fantasy stuff coming out? Like shows, movies, whatever that I can be excited about? Because I want to be excited about something. I want to look forward to a movie or like TV show. I want to see some high production shit. I want to see some cool stuff. That's what I want. I probably won't get it, will I? Kind of the breaks, as it were, isn't it? Actually, mostly agree with the critic score. I'd maybe rate it slightly higher, but not as high as the audience score. That's fair. So that's balanced. I appreciate that. Yeah. Reasonable. Wait. You know what? I'm gonna have the courage to still not like this movie. I'm gonna have the courage to be the one to not like this movie still. You know why? Because I watched an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation when I was like 9. I don't remember what it was about specifically or who it was about, but basically it was about recognizing that sometimes you're not the crazy one. Sometimes everyone else around you is crazy. And you have to have your conviction to your own beliefs, not to be swayed by popular opinion. I'm not going to be swayed here. I'm not going to be swayed from this one, man. I don't know. Stop it. I want to watch. Stop it. I'm not. Cuz I was going to say, am I the crazy one? Am I the crazy one? Sometimes there are 5 lights. Yeah, sometimes there are 4 lights. You can't tell me there's 5 lights. I see 4 lights. I don't care if you put me in a little naked old man potato sack. You can't make me. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe, but I don't think so. I don't think so on this one, man. I think everyone else is insane.
That was the episode where Picard was being tortured. Yes, I remember that episode.
No, there was another one. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's the one that Atari referenced as well. But no, there was another episode of like, it was like Riker, I think is about. I think it's about Riker as well. And Riker, like there's something going on or whatever on the ship and everyone was like, oh, it's normal. And he was like, what the fuck? Am I the crazy one here? This ain't normal. I forget who it was about, but it was something to do with the holodeck. I don't remember. Either way, you're right. The Picard episode also taught me to stick to your guns on truth. Stick to your guns on truth. I still don't think this is a good movie. God bless him. Everyone involved did a great job. No one person can be pointed at and said this was bad. Chris Pine, great. He was the best thing about this movie. Chris Pine made me actually enjoy parts of this movie. I didn't hate the movie either. I just didn't get it. And to be fair, I don't hate this movie. I just don't get it. I wasn't like frothing. I wouldn't rate this a fucking 93 or 91. This is like a good, like, the Dini movie was a fine 6 out of 10. It was a 6. And let's face it, is a 6 out of 10 worth your money to go see a movie that's a solid 6? Sure. What do you got better to do? What are you gonna do? Spend that $15 you would spend on a movie ticket? Sorry, $25 on a movie ticket? Jesus Christ. What are you gonna spend $25 on? Your fucking gotcha pulls on Honkai Star Rail? What are you gonna go do? Fucking gamble it away on sports betting? Or you're gonna waste it on fucking potato chips? You got nothing better to do at $25. Is this a 6 out of 10 movie worth your $25? Yes, it is. So I'm not saying this is a bad movie that's not worth your time. I just don't think it was that good. I like it didn't change my life, man. It didn't. Certainly not a fucking 9 out of 10. But all right, man. Sure. Wait. Just gonna do real quick crazy check. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Excuse me. You're telling me more people were favorable about the D&D movie than Return of the King? I'm being gaslit, man. This is not...
So from seeing the scores from LOTR Return of the King and D&D Honor Among Thieves, I conclude D&D will get Oscar buzz.
I can't... Okay, dude, I need to go lay down, man. I need to go lay down, bro. I don't feel so good. I don't feel so hot. I gotta take a break, man. I gotta have a drink and lay down. Oh boy. Okay. 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 I'm glad I did that, but I also kind of wish I didn't. I wish I had never checked that in some ways. Do you guys remember what it was like before? You guys remember how good it was before? Yeah, it was great, man. The world was so good, man. It was so good. Everything was just okay before we checked the Metacritic on those two movies.
One, except the audience score for D&D Honor Among Thieves.
Yeah, tell that to Viggo Mortensen. What the fuck, man? Oh god. Dude, man, remember how good it was before we looked those two things up? That was great. I'm never gonna forget how good it was. How good life was before we looked up the Rotten Tomatoes fucking score on D&D movie versus Return of the King. Okay, man. Okay. Thank you for 100 bits, Rock. I appreciate it. The only people rating the D&D movie were shills who drank the Watsy Hasbro Kool-Aid. Is that it? Yeah, is that what that's not what we're missing? Tier of Decay rating versus Lord of the Rings versus 2.5 rating on the D&D movie. Oh, was that? I didn't actually see how many ratings there were. Yeah. It's amazing. Look at what 20 years does on the internet. Yeah, is that all recent? Like, what do you think Return of the King would get today if it came out? Like, you know what? Return of the King is one of the few movies that I remember watching it. I know it sounds weird. It's like no shit. No. What I mean is I remember like consciously thinking to myself, I'm experiencing this right now. It's like, I don't know, your first time that you like your mind was blown in some crazy way when you like experienced some art or like, I don't know, read the Bible or some shit, whatever blows people's minds, you know? You like remember where you were. You remember like what you were doing. I remember being in the theater and I remember watching Mount Doom collapsing and the eye of and Barad-dûr exploding and stuff. And I just remember sitting there and I had popcorn like, and I was just like, I don't want to eat this popcorn. because then the movie might be over. Wait, I'm not ready for this to be over. I don't want. Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for no more Lord of the Rings. I'm not ready for this. You know, like I remember that about Return of the King, right? Eldara, what's going on, Goop? What's going on, bro? Good to see you. How you doing? Seriously, D&D wouldn't have worked. I think D&D's not built to work serious story. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I can't believe the D&D movie got higher rating than fucking Return of the King. Hold on. Let me just risk something here. Let me risk something. Let me just risk something. I want to risk my sanity here. I'm scared of what I'm gonna find. Oh, it's Metacritic. Why I search Metacritic? Okay. Oh, thank God, man. I was so scared. Oh my God, I was so scared, dude. I was, dude. Okay, you have no idea. You have no fucking idea, man. I was so scared. I was so scared that the D&D movie would be more highly rated than Empire Strikes Back. I wasn't sure if I'd be okay. I would have ended stream. I would have left my house without saying anything to Ella. I would have just got my keys, put my coat on. I would have just gone down to my car. I was just driven. Just like driven and like further into the mountains and just I don't know where I'd go. I would just have to, like, I would just need to leave. Right? Okay. All right. We're okay. We're okay. This is fine. This is fine now. Okay. We're 83 for Return of the Jedi? Critic? Oh, fuck off. Okay, never mind. All right. Okay. What's up, Silence? What's going on? Yeah. Look up Rotten Tomato Cats. What is that? Oh, the Cats movie? Tell me people didn't like it, right? He drove off in search of answers in search of purpose. Yeah. I don't know where I would have gone, man, but... yeah, that would have been... whew. No more female characters. This is yours. Is cat boys? Yes, Alana. I need people to ask me to draw dudes because I don't want to be known as one of those artists that only draws girls. Yep. Rotten Tomatoes said Rings of Power is 83%. The audience rated at 38%. No fucking way they said it was 83%. Hold on. Okay, last one. Sam's upsetting me right now. Rotten Tomatoes, Rings of Power. There's no shot that they rated this at any. There's no shot. You want to see? Okay, hold on. You want to see critic POV? This is critic POV. Critic POV. Average critic. Average critic POV. Don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. You know what happens when you drink the Kool-Aid? You rate Rings of Power an 83. Holy shit. Dude, you want to talk about this shitty-ass fucking garbage of a TV show? You know who did Galadriel better? Frieren the anime did Galadriel better. God damn, I'm about to lose it. Okay, all right. This just made me mad. All right, I'm gonna draw some fun. Okay. I'm good, man. This is fine. Nothing upset me about this. I'm unupsettable. I am unupsettable. I am serene. I am together. I'm everything I need to be right now. I just oh, okay. All right. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not upset. Not mad. But then they made Gimli King of the Elves. Stop. Stop, man. I can't. Giga Chadriel. Dude. Why couldn't they just make like Children of Hurin or something? You know how good, all right, listen, you know how good Children of Hurin would have been as a TV show? It would have been better than Rings of Power. Okay? My God, man, what happened to this fucking... when did movies last make sense? Was it the 80s? Was that the last time movies made sense? In like the Spielberg era, you see E.T. and you're like, wow, that was great. You go to see Indiana Jones and you're like, yep. You got your like Rambos and whatever else going on. When cinema made sense. We've done this to ourselves. Now we'll all be awaiting the return of the reboots. Avengers doesn't... No one knows what's going on in Avengers movies. Goddamn, no one's heard from Spielberg in the last 7 years. We don't know if he's just cashed out and said fuck it. I can't, man. I can't make sense of all this. This is a scary world now. I don't know where to go. I don't feel safe anymore. Legitimately, I get it. People disagree with me about the D&D movie. I'm fine with that. I'm fine being the crazy one here. I'm glad people liked it, had fun with it. The D&D movie didn't need to be some serious, like, fantasy epic. I am just old enough to remember the original D&D movie. Remember the bald guy with blue lips? I do. Lieutenant in the Lighthouse? Yeah, okay. Alright. I can't do it. I can't do it. Early 90s, that way we catch Jurassic Park and Terminator 2. Ooh, good point. You're right. Early 90s, we could win. Because like what Disney movies came out in the early 90s as well? That was like Aladdin, Lion King as well. We had like some good animated movies in the early 90s too. So yeah, early 90s. Early 90s were fine. I think the problem is, when did film fall apart is really the question. When did the cinema completely fucking fall apart? Was it as recent as like Marvel? Marvel didn't do it, did it? Oh no. It can't be, right? That can't be the case. It had to have been earlier. The bangers. The Matrix was so different. We thought it had to make sense and we were just too stupid. Yep, so okay, so we'll keep going down the timeline to accept the animated classics, to accept Jurassic Park and Terminator. We'll go even further to accept Matrix. So Matrix is currently as far as we're going to get here. And that was 1990. No. When was Matrix? The Matrix release date. That was not 99, right? 99. March 99. It was. Matrix came out before episode 1? I don't remember that. Okay, yeah, Matrix was what? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Char was a better DD movie and it was a TV show. I don't know what that is, actually. What is this shit? Jeremy Irons was the gem in that movie. Take that back. All right, I'm sorry. He was a gem. Yeah. What the fuck? Look, man, I'm not upset about the prequels getting bashed on. I understand the prequels. A lot of people don't. I think people who don't like the prequels don't understand them or are trying to get something else that's different out of them. How the fuck did Gladiator not even get an 80 on the... What the fuck? What the fuck? Who out here thinks that Gladiator doesn't even get a fucking 80 from the critics? Okay, anyway, we're talking about Matrix. Okay, so Matrix 99. So we're up to 99. That's where we're at. That's when cinema died, after the Matrix. That's when it died. What was there anything good after Matrix? I don't think so. Yeah. I think we're done after that. I think Matrix's might be it. What came out in the early 2000s after the Matrix came out that was worthy of its place in cinema? Obviously there are certain gems here and there, you know, but like in general, as a generality, because you're right. Because when you say like Terminator and Jurassic Park for like the 90s, I think of other things too. They make me think of other things. The Matrix doesn't necessarily make me think of other movies around that era, right? Lord of the Rings, yeah. Lord of the Rings went to 2003, I think, 2003 or 2004. Because Lord of the Rings was when I was in junior high school, so that would have been 2000 up to 2004 is when I started high school. High school was 5, 6, 7 for me. Right. So it would have been junior high for me. So it would have been 2003 or 2004. I go with the Animatrix getting 89%. The Animatrix got a high. Look, Animatrix was great, but Animatrix got higher than the Matrix. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah. I can't. Jesus. Sir, what's going on? Wait, what the fuck? What the? Did you just cast a fucking spell on me? Holy shit. Thank you, Azura. Thanks for the 6 months. I appreciate it. How you doing, Azura? What's going on? What's good? We missed you. What's up? Chara and had Manu Bennett as Gandalf equivalent and Johnny Rhys Davis as the Elf King, and they both killed it. Outstanding job. Well, you know how I feel about John Rhys Davis, so probably seriously make the argument the Lord of the Rings trilogy was the high watermark. Okay, did the Lord of the Rings conclude? Because obviously there were great movies after Lord of the Rings, right? Batman Begins and Dark Knight, good example. They were great movies after Lord of the Rings. But is that like early? Yeah, Howl's in 2004 is like the early 2000s. Is that when cinema died? Largely. Is that when it happened? Is after 2003, 2004? I'm sure there was some good stuff in 2005, you know. I don't know. Right? Like I can't think of anything, but I'm sure there was some good stuff in that era. That like that's when we started seeing the problems, the cracks on the wall. Or the writing on the wall. The cracks in the glass. I forget where the reference for the saying the writing was on the wall. It's some like biblical shit or whatever. It's a really good reference or a really good like origin for that saying. I don't remember exactly, but I remember I liked the term the writing was on the wall after I learned the origin of it more. So the glass began to crack, the writing was on the wall in the 2000s. That was when the last bastions survived, right? Biblical? Yeah, it's some shit, right? Yeah, it was a good one though. It was a good reference. I think Cinema died when Coco Melon started airing. What the fuck is Coco Melon? Yeah, wait, what? Thanks for hanging out today, Rock. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day, buddy. Cinema died. Yeah, biblical accurate references Coco Melon. Okay, I see. All right. Yeah, I think that was about it. Because like, wasn't the early 2000s like the original Pirates movies as well? Yeah. Okay, interesting. Maybe it just transition. Maybe we're just in a different era that I'm just not able to keep up with. I'm not the kind of person that says that like media was better when I was young and now it's trash. Right? It's just different. It's like music. Like I don't like modern music in a lot of ways. In certain genres. I don't like a lot of like certain genres of modern music. I like my era of stuff. But that's like, and I recognize that, you know? There are certain genres of music that I dislike the newer stuff in and think it's worse. But there are certain genres that I dislike the newer stuff, but I don't think it's any worse than my stuff. If that makes sense. So maybe, I don't know, maybe movies are just different now? What are the great directors doing these days anyway? Pirate movies, Pirates 2003. Cocomelon is a YouTube kids show as far as I understand. Look it up. It sounds like something I'd regret looking up. So just anchored itself in a lazy cesspool with very few gems coming out. Damn. I like Recession Pop. 30 and TikTok are godsends. Yeah, alright. 2005 we're talking Batman Begins, King Kong, Sin City, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, War of the Worlds, V for Vendetta. You think those are seminal bangers? Because like I don't know, man. Like I feel like I could pass on a lot of those, you know? I don't know, Sam. Like those are good movies, but like I feel like they weren't like, you know, I don't know. Maybe we can like we can probably say not necessarily like here's the year that cinema died. We can probably say like this is when the decline started. Like Tari said, Rome didn't fall in a day. It was like the early 2000s are probably when things began to occur. Like when did the first, maybe a better way to look at it is when did the first bad movies come out? Is like maybe the better way of looking at it. When did they first start being accepted? You know? Like when was the Liam Neeson movie about being Zeus or whatever come out? You know? We need to look at it from a different point of view here, all right? Different perspective. There's a whole different way of analyzing this. To try and figure out when exactly it happened. And is there a larger cultural shift that happened and that wasn't just movies? Generation trauma always at the scene of the crime? Yeah. When did the bad movies outnumber the... Ooh, when did they outnumber the good ones? That's a good point. Cars came out in 2006. Can't diss McQueen. That's true. Cars was great. I like Cars. Cars was 2006? I thought Cars was like a newer generation Pixar movie. That was like... It was like 18 years ago. Your own Transformers movie started coming out? Ooh. Ooh, that's a great turning point. Transformers. Transformers is a great turning point. You're right about that. They've always been bad movies, they just don't get remembered. True. They were on Transformers. They missed the time when promote a movie, they would make a giant ad or entire game of search around them. Yeah, you can out yourself as being old, Zero. It's okay. It's okay. I'm 33. We're already old here, so yeah. 2007. 2007. It was 2007. Really? Came out when I was in high school. Oh, I guess so. Yeah, because my friend John wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. Oh yeah, of course it was high school. My friend John was insufferable about that movie. He loved it so much. Oh, okay. Yeah. It was that time. So yeah, coincidentally, Alana, late 2000s. We got the early 2000s movies versus the late 2000s movies. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. We might have discovered a little bit of our answer here. Now, again, this is all to say, if you like these like movies that we're sort of regarding here as bad or shit talking, like there's nothing wrong with that, bro. I like trashy media that people think is fucking disgusting. Like, come on, man. I watch all my anime. I enjoy my like campy, shitty, you know, TV shows and stuff. There's nothing wrong with liking. Like we're talking about here, like an art as an art form, the decline. It's not to say that you can't like things within that. Nothing wrong with like. It's not like everyone has to listen to classical music. All right, you're allowed to like dubstep. Not everyone has to enjoy classical paintings. You're allowed to like anime. Okay, chill. I'm not trying to shit talk anyone's tastes here. You like what you like. You don't feel bad about it. Unless it's that. No, I'm not gonna shit talk. I'm not gonna start anything. Making money, mass producing trash movies like on DVD. Yo, remember DVDs? I miss buying DVDs. I miss when you get a DVD for Christmas and you're like, yo, now I can watch Raiders of the Lost Ark whenever I want. Yo, my dad got me the James Bond DVD collection. Now I can watch every James Bond movie. I'm gonna watch Goldfinger and Octopussy on repeat. I'm gonna watch Moonraker. You can't tell me not to. It's Jaws in space. That guy just threw his hat and cut off that dude's head. Vocaloid was a crazy time. Night Court and early YouTube. I liked Vocaloid when it came out. When Vocaloids had come out, I was a Vocaloid enjoyer. I followed everything, all the shit to do with it. I had my favorite Vocaloids. I was a Luca fan over a Miku fan. I wasn't a big Rin and Len enjoyer, but I respected them. I enjoyed Gakupo. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about here, but I'm just listing off things in terms for things that don't make sense. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Vocaloids are crazy, man. I miss early YouTube sometimes. It was so honest. It'd be interesting to see the overall rate of new stories versus franchise over time. Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't know how you'd visualize it. You still occasionally get DVDs, really? Wow. Movies started getting bad when streaming services began. Really? Was Netflix around that time? Wow. The one song with the stream and the celery song, the phone call song. There was a lot, man. Bad Apple. Ah, Bad Apple. Yep. I remember. What the fuck, Alana? That's a. How do you. Jesus. He's earned so much credibility in my book, Alana. Not that you didn't have it already, but. Remember the first Miku hologram concert? Like, people who are into VTubers are like freaking out over what was the VTuber that just did her first like holo concert or whatever. I don't remember what her name is, but she's like a Japanese language VTuber. I forget who it is, but she just did this first concert to this like packed stadium. There was like a hologram. Everyone's like, oh my god, it's the first of its kind. And I'm like, you weren't around for Hatsune Miku, were you? This is cool. This is the evolution of that. But I think that like VTubers, especially musical VTubers, some of them like, you have VTubers sometimes come up in this VTuber industry that have no idea that their like industry was paved by Vocaloid. It's so crazy. Some do, but a lot of them they have no idea, man, which is fine, I guess. A lot of animations like trend with Vocaloid music. Yep. Netflix used to be DVD rental service. They do a lot bit of DVD rental services. There's no way Netflix still does DVD rentals. There's no fucking way that in 2024 you can still get a Netflix rental DVD. I refuse to believe it. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that you can get a DVD mailed to you in a little Netflix package or whatever. But also, I'm mad at Netflix. Netflix killed Blockbuster, and I fucking love Blockbuster. Blockbuster was like a... It was a communal, like, what's the term for it? Third... Shit, I need somebody who's in university that knows this kind of stuff. Fishy. It's like a third something space. That's not like, it's not school or work, but it's where people congregate. It's called third something space. I forget what the term is. I thought it was third something. But it's like the idea of a place that you go to, that people would go to outside of their, like, where you're supposed to meet up. So places like the mall in the 80s, or the arcades, or like the baths in Rome, or, you know, the racetrack in the 1950s or whatever. Like places people went to congregate or whatever, that we don't have now. One of the biggest problems in our society is that we don't have these like third something spaces where it's like, you don't go to the... you know, to Blockbuster anymore and see people there, and like you don't go to the diner with your friends after school anymore. You don't go to the game store, you don't go to the arcade. And so you go to work, you come home, and you just stay home, right? You don't go out. And that's like one of the big problems of their society, that people are like tracking to like, hey, this is a big issue that we don't have these like third something spaces that the people like can go to and like be social and meet friends. That's why like dating culture is so hard, because like, where do you meet people? You don't meet people. You don't meet anyone when you go to work and come home and then sit at home watching Netflix in your underwear. You know, that's why you have to use things like Tinder or whatever to meet people. But you didn't have to back in the day, because you met people at the game store or at the bar or at the wherever. You know, and Blockbuster was a great one of those. Blockbuster was like a community place. You went to Blockbuster, bro. You went to Blockbuster in 1998. You went to Blockbuster on a Friday night, and you saw people you knew. You walk in, the store is packed, and you see your friend like Gemma from class, and like Gemma's hot mom, and you're like, hi Gemma, hi Mrs. Gemma's hot mom. You know. You see your friends. I remember I saw one day I went to Blockbuster, and I saw my friends who lived down the road, my friends Audrey and Joey, and they were like looking for a movie or whatever, and they had a movie, I forget what it was, but they were like, I'm like, oh my god, you guys are renting that? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, I wanted to see that, I wanted to rent it. And they're like, why don't you just come over? And I remember like, I don't remember my parents came over as well, but like my family like went over there or some shit. Their family came here. I forget what it was, but like we just like, maybe it was just the kids. We like watched the movie together because we met at Blockbuster at the same time on the same evening, and then decided to just like, they're like, okay, you guys get the movie and and then we'll buy the popcorn, because you buy little Act 1 popcorn bags or whatever from Blockbuster and some snacks. And so like we bought the popcorn or whatever, and they bought the movie or rented the movie or whatever, and then we like you don't get that shit anymore in the same way. You get other ways of interacting, but you don't get that style of interaction, which is more spontaneous in some ways, which is kind of nice. I don't know. I went to the Third Place Wiki audio. Oh wait, so it's actually called Third Place. That's it. It's not something else. I thought it was like third. Okay, all right. So yeah, third place. Yeah. All right. So you know what I'm talking about, Azura, then. We're chronically online. That's a good way of putting it. We did Blockbuster, but it was never packed. Oh man. And the best community place near me now is my local comic book store. They have a lot of nights where they do get-togethers for card games, board games, stuff like that, where people can meet. You know what? Actually, here's the thing, Dagger. Nerds are still good at having third places, like those third spaces. Nerds are great about that, because we still we don't have the arcade, but we kind of do. There's like a place in Calgary called the Rec Room, which is like a arcade combined with like a I don't know if they like bowling or something else or whatever. It's kind of like I don't know, maybe like a Dave and Buster's in the US. I've never been to Dave and Buster's, but I just, based on what I know about it. But it's like a place where you go and you eat food. Of course, the food's stupid expensive because it's a restaurant. And then your arcade is stupid expensive, so you can't just go there casually with some quarters or whatever, like you could know, like old arcades. But so there is a place like that. You can go to the arcade. When Ella and I were there was one in Edmonton, and when Ella and I went to Edmonton to get Yuna, because we went north of Edmonton, we had to go north of Edmonton to pick her up. And Edmonton's a real place in Canada, by the way. We stayed the night there because we didn't want to do like 16 hours of driving in one day. We were like, we'll drive to Edmonton, stay at a hotel because we don't want to stay at a hotel in the small town. We'll drive to the small town, have a long day of driving on the way home. So we stayed overnight and we went to West Ed Mall, and it was fun. I mean, West Ed's fine. It's nice to go to once a year. So we went to West Ed, walked around, we went to Rec Room, and we chilled out. We played arcade games and shit for like 2 hours, and it cost us like $50, but who cares? You know, and it's like, okay, so we're good at this. The game store, you go to the game store on Friday night, there's still idiots playing EDH, Commander, sorry. There's still some fat nerds playing D&D. The same fat nerds, God bless them, man. I love those guys. They've been playing there since, you know, I started working at the game store, and they're still there now. There's some weirdos playing 40K that you like kind of don't want to talk to unless it's about 40K, in which case you really don't want to talk to them. Actually, I'm not painting this all that well, but maybe it's because I worked at the game store. Either way, I'm kidding. The game store is great. The game store still exists. The comic book shop still exists. So the nerds are doing all right, I think. I think nerds are we got it. We got this down a little bit better than I think a lot of the normies do, right? Blockbuster had game rentals, yeah. Wait, dude, Cobalt, do you ever rent a game from Blockbuster? Like an N64 game, and then rent it a couple weeks later and your save file's still on it? Oh, that was the best. Dude. Oh, that was the best. Fond memories of renting Echo the Dolphin from Blockbuster. Used to do it with my friends if we saw them in public spaces. Hey, mom, can they come over right now? Bet. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, it happened all the time. You know, I don't know. I think nerds are still pretty good about this, though, right? I think nerds are. How exciting! We're doing all right. Yo, dude. Speaking of nerds, oh shit, what's up? Roll together. What's going on, guys? Yo, good to see you all. Hope stream is good. How's it going? Yo, what's up, guys? Go drop a follow. Go if you guys aren't following Roll Together yet, definitely should be. Some pretty banger stuff that happens over there. I'm a fan. So. It's an honor to have you guys. Good to see you all. We were just talking about Blockbuster and how great Blockbuster was, because I don't know, I like Blockbuster. There's barely anything above Edmonton, mostly wilderness. Yeah, and we had to go to that wilderness, Nick, to pick our dog up. We had to drive into the abyssal northern tundra north of Edmonton, where there's no mountains, nothing but just like chemical farm plants and canola farms, and that's it. So there's kept some hobbies that still help with getting out and seeing people. I think it's great. You know, I think like inherently D&D is a great hobby for that, right? But other ones that you have to play in physical space, like Warhammer, I admire the shit out of Warhammer players, because they get out, man. They go to the game store every weekend. They go to the game store, they get their stuff, they pack it all up, they spend more money than they have on minis they won't paint. Okay, besides that, and they go out and they play. D&D players, I think, like, I enjoy playing D&D online more, but I do think we've lost a little bit of charm by playing it online only. You know, but then again, how would I play D&D when the people I want to play with D&D with are not where I live? You know, so that's the problem with it. Doing well, thanks. I'm glad to hear. Seriously, thank you for the raid again. Appreciate it. Good to see y'all. Loved growing up in a military base because we literally lived in townhouses, and all of us were friends at the school. We're literally across the street, and it was so good. Yeah, being in that small little tight knit community was great. You know, it's like why you had, because like I think it's the same in most cities, but basically everyone in your community, you know, in your like neighborhood, everyone went to the same elementary school, right? Or like primary school, and then the junior high was like a larger area, and there was like, it was a bigger school because there was like multiple elementary schools, right? And then your high school was like you know, a much bigger institution or whatever, and it was like many small areas or whatever. But back when you were like going to this elementary school, it was like everyone on your street, man. It was like everybody on your block. You lived right next to all your friends and shit. For some, for like junior high school, and then high school is like, you know, people are far away or whatever. But that's the way it was, and you knew everybody, man. I wonder if it's still the same way. Like I wonder if kids still like play together and shit, like after school or whatever. They don't do it in the same way. Like obviously they're not like, they don't have to call, like you don't have to call somebody else's house anymore, right? Like you remember calling your friend or whatever, and you're like, hello, Mrs. Redmond, can Audrey come to the phone, please? You know, you don't have to do that shit anymore. Hello, Mrs. Willis, is John home? You need to do that garbage. But I hope so anyway. I keep meaning to find when Digimon Card Night is at my comic book store, going to that. I haven't gotten to hang out around Digimon community forever. That sounds like a good time. Apparently the card game's really good. People who play it enjoy it. That's good for them, man.
Hydra Eries.
This is because we banned on Twitch. Let's see. First monkey of 2024. It's pretty good. You know what I love about the capybara, Duria? The thing I love about the capybara most is how much Japanese people love the capybara. And you know what? I never understood why. All right? I never figured it out. I've been to Japan many times in my life. I have many Japanese friends from multiple generations. I have talked to and encountered many citizens of the land of the rising sun. And one mystery I've never been able to uncover is what the fuck they like about the capybara so much. I get they love mascots for dumb shit. Everything has a mascot. And I love that shit. Like your local town is a mascot in Japan. But I've never understood what is the thing about capybaras that they love so much. But so it's not monkey meta, it's rat meta. Wait, isn't it the year of the dragon now? Isn't it the year of the dragon? Don't we have to rate everything based on the dragon scale now? Because like on the dragon scale, the capybara is like a solid 2. Sorry about it. Yeah. It's not a very high on the dragon scale. On the rat scale, it's a solid 7. It's a good 7. Yeah. Decent rat. Not quite as rat as my dog, but you know, I'm allowed to say it. If you say it, you get banned. But if I say call my dog a rat, it's different. So, good rat. Excellent rat, Aduria. Yep.
Metas will be determined on Tuesdays each week. They will be
really
rotating this year.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the 300 bits at this point. Thank you for that. And guys, we have a new meta. Aduria has decided the new meta is rotating. This week it's rat. So giant guinea pig, not rat. Well, if we're still rating on the rat scale though, you know, Rilla still bikes around with his friends and goes to friends' house and play games he doesn't have. That's cool. I like that. I'm glad to hear that. Love the capybara versus pelican memes. Pelicans want to devour all problems. Capybaras don't care. Man, if only we could be like capybaras. If only, bro. That's okay. Good start off to the rat meta. We don't have rats where I live, unfortunately. I thought that it was normal to not have rats where you lived. I thought, like, honestly, this was like I was probably like 31 years old when I found out that everywhere had rats. I thought that only like shitholes had rats. I thought that like rats were like a New York problem, like an LA problem, like a, you know, like a medieval like century or countryside like 16th century England problem. I didn't think that rats were just a problem everywhere. I didn't realize that I lived in the only place where they're not. So, which apparently we have rats now. So I guess I don't live there anymore, you know? Who knew? What's Cappy Bear on a bear scale? Sounds like a Cappy Bear. So probably a bit higher. Maybe like a 3. I don't know. Glad I live in rat-free Alberta. Yeah, we have a rat tax, do we? Alberta did a whole war on rats thing. I didn't know that. I didn't know. I thought that most places, I thought that most cities, most first world places in the like didn't have rats. I didn't think that it was like I didn't realize it, man. I didn't know what we had until it was over. I think we have rats in our province as of last year somewhere. I don't know if they got rid of them though. I guess rats will never be a problem for me. I have a ratting dog, so I don't know how much ratting my dog will do. But oh, when we're in the forest and she hears a mouse, she is ready for murder. She's ready for murder. And she plays with her toys like she's trying to prove a point of usefulness to us. As if it matters, right? As if her properly ratting changes everything. You know? That's the way dog goes, I guess. Okay. Don't want a river in there. I kind of want a river. I'll admit. Part of me kind of wants a river. We'll put a little river. We'll allude to a river. It'll be a secret. It'll be like a Bob Ross secret. Where it's not really a secret, but he still threatens to cut you if you sell anyone. That'll be our river. One place in Alberta has rats is the recycling plant in Calgary. Well. Calgary shithole confirmed. Edmonton was right. Yep. I'm an Oilers fan now. Government sends a specialist to get rid of them through force. Good. Good. We need like the rat form of the Adeptus Astartes. Just a bunch of Yorkies and Westies on long leashes. Ever can have rats, but they thrive in environments where they can easily be or can't be easily sniped from birds of prey, densely packed places, and can be easily gotten rid of from a house, though keeping them out is hard. I had no idea, man. I remember we had mice once for like a summer in the house that I grew up in. My mom freaked out. I felt like our lives were over. The way my mom freaked out over us having mice one summer. She thought like she made me believe that my brother and I were gonna die from some infectious disease. Holy shit. Like obviously mice are disgusting and you don't touch the droppings and stuff. But I was paranoid, man. I was like, oh my god, our family's gonna die now. Little did I know that mice were a thing. That was it. I never had much experience with any rodents past that. So, you have mice, you don't have rats? Oh, there you go. Hey. Hey. There you go. Easy. Easy clap. W mice. Kitty would take out a mouse. She'll let a full-grown rat move in, no question asked though. Oh, really? So it's taken care of. I'm pretty sure they closed down the plant for a week to deal with it. They closed down the whole ass plant. Man, where are they even go? Where are these rats even getting in? How do you even get some rats in? If a province doesn't have rats, how do they just appear? Someone just bring some rats in, just like throw them in the recycling or some shit? What the fuck? Are pet rats legal here? It better not be. Invasive ass species. Rats and goldfish. Get them out of here. Oof. We're coming along, man. We're coming along. On trucks from Saskatchewan, of course, if we were gonna have rats in our problem or in our province, of course it's from it's a problem from Saskatchewan. Of course it's Saskatchewan's fault. Dude, everything wrong with Alberta is because of either Saskatchewan or Ontario. It's oh my god. All right. Oh my god. Does your family in Saskatchewan know we're never coming to visit them? I hope so. You couldn't pay me to go to Saskatchewan? No, Saskatchewan's lovely. It's great in the summer. At least BC shares their bears with us. BC's fine. BC complains and shit, but like BC's cool. BC doesn't really matter. Like BC knows that they don't matter, so they just like sit around and sell all their houses to Chinese billionaires. That's fine. But like Saskatchewan thinks that like BC like kind of doesn't like us, but BC kind of keeps themselves because of that. They're like, hey man, you're really rich and we're really rich. So let's just be like neighbors and be rich and stuff. And you're like, okay. But Saskatchewan comes over, like shotguns a beer and it's just like, hell yeah, brother, let's go out. We're gonna go out and pick up some girls. And you're like, ah, gee, can you not? You smell like alcohol and your football team sucks. Just take a couple steps away. You know, like Saskatchewan thinks that they're like all chummy and like friendly with us and stuff. It's rough, man. It's rough, but you know, they're doing their best. I love them for it. They're trying, which is more than I can say for most Canadian provinces. Parrots are lovely. Are they? They bite. They mean. I'd believe either answer if you told me, to be honest. Sasquatchani? Another fight club between Bigfoot and snake people? Yes. You heard me right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Was I supposed to say something else? No, you got it, man. First time. People usually don't get it, but I'm impressed. I'm a fan of a certain rat of the tungsten variety. Oh, yes, tungsten rat. Tungsten rat being called tungsten rat is why I started calling one of my dearest friends Galactic Carp. Or is it Cosmic Carp? I forget. Fan of a certain rat, Sasquatch. Where does Sasquatch bit come from? I'm pretty sure Saskatchewan is a I'm pretty sure it's I think it means something. I forget. Are very sweet and once scared off some religious cold callers. The fuck? How's that work? I mean, I dig it, but name of a bear bug got confused species name. Is that what happened? No, I'm pretty sure Saskatchewan is a native word, if I'm not mistaken. Origin of the word Saskatchewan. I'm pretty sure Saskatchewan is a. Yeah, it's a Cree word. Yeah, I was right about that. Yeah, it's a Cree word. So the Cree word for Saskatchewan River was the I can't speak Cree. I can't fucking speak Cree, man. Meaning swift flowing river through common use. The 8-syllable name was shortened to Saskatchewan. Yeah, so this is a Cree name. That's why it sounds so weird. Is because we have some places where we live that are just this mush of just like English stuff, French stuff, and native words all just smashed together. It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna go down Sarcee Trail and you're gonna turn on the Trans-Canada Highway and you're gonna take that north through the Northwest Territories and then you're gonna go to Nunavut and you're like, what? Yeah, and you're gonna stop at Whitehorse first, but make sure you take the right road so that you can get all the way up to Iqaluit. And they're like, what the fuck did you just say? You're like, don't worry about it, man. You know, I thought there's no French words in there, but that's why people don't understand the way Canadians name shit. Is because we have this blend of like native Canadian words and French words and then English words just smashed together. So it's kind of like how America has some like Spanish like names for things, like all the sands and whatever, San Diego, San Jose, or whatever. I believe sand means something in Spanish. I don't fucking know. what it means, port or city or bad hockey team or something like that. I don't know what the. I'm pretty sure this traditional like Spanish translation of San means place with bad hockey team, but that could be wrong. Sorry, Sharks fans. Saint? Oh, it's Saint Oscar. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Saskatchewan is slowly becoming the second place by rat free. They're also working their own rat regulations. Really? All right, fair enough. Good for them. Yeah, look at more tourism that way. Yeah, you get these weird ass names in Canada. Kind of like I don't know what's. Oh, man, there's some weird. Like all the Eastern Canada places are pretty like Nova Scotia, you know, New Brunswick. It's like colonial era U.S. naming shit. Tsutina, yeah, the major like the major reserve connected to Calgary is called Tsutina. But that's like but here's the thing, that's the name of an actual reserve though. So that's kind of like, of course it would have like a Tsutina word, right? I was gonna say like, what's the Tsutina language? It's called Tsutina, I think. But then you have like, I'm thinking about places like, I don't know, you get like Quebec, Montreal, you know, or whatever, these like French words. Then you go further and you get like your, I don't know, your Ontario's, Alberta's, your Yellowknife, your Whitehorse, your Grand Prairie, your Slave Lake. Slave Lake, just the town south of Great Slave Lake, in case you're wondering. But then you also have like Nunavut and the cities there and stuff like that. It's cool, man. It's kind of weird. It's also, wait, is that an Inuit word or you're like, I don't fucking know, man. I don't speak Inuit, I'm sorry. Tora said, being from Michigan, living in Wisconsin and Minnesota, we have a lot of native names for places as well as Dutch and German names too. Yeah, I guess you guys have more of that. You have more of the Dutch, like, isn't like Massachusetts? Why did I screw that up? Isn't that like a Dutch word or some shit like that? Or I don't know. I could be wrong with that. Love telling people that Alberta is rat free. I love hearing the response. Yep. Yes, Ella. There is a place called. Okay. Yes, there is Balzac. Balzac is great, man. Balzac has the best mall. I go to Balzac at least once a month, you know, for all sorts of things. You know, Balzac is a great little town. It's a great little place. It's I actually don't know where the origin of that comes from. I don't know where that one comes from, so I don't know if I can defend Balzac. But you say it so casually here, and people just don't, you know? It's one of those things that's casual to you, but someone else is just like, I'm sorry, what? Come again? Is that Alberta House also has Lac des Arcs on the French end, and Lacombe. Lacombe isn't a French word. What are you talking about? Where the fuck is Lac des Arcs from? Is that a town in Alberta, or is that a park? Also, I'm Canadian. It's my right to pronounce French words poorly. Some people are like, Evan, you're insensitive to the French language. You're intentionally pronouncing it wrong. And I'm like, I'm not insensitive to the French language. I'm insensitive to the French Canadian language. All right, it's different. You're allowed to shit talk the French Canadians. It's part of our culture. We shit talk each other relentlessly, and you know what? It makes us stronger for it. That's why Thorkin and I are so tight. Lacombe is Pokemon. Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Lacombe is a Pokemon. It's down in mountains, I believe. I think you're right. Yeah. I saw some places just named to elicit a response from strangers, like Pratt's Bottom and Upper Dickler. Dude, you got some crazy shit in England. You guys got some weird shit out there. I don't pretend to understand what's going on in England. All right. Which French language? French or Francophone French? Yeah, French Canadian French. The French language perfected to yell at referees at like French the language French comes from like decades, centuries, millennia of like, you know, Norman and Latin and whatever, and like all the original languages of Europe combining into like European modern French, right? But Canadian French was perfected for one purpose. Canadian French was a version of French perfected for the use of insulting referees while an unlit cigarette is in your mouth. Okay? So the pronunciations in Canadian French are different because obviously you need to be able to insult the game officials at local hockey, you know, arenas whilst there's an unlit cigarette in your mouth. Okay? That's why we love our French. So I certainly like our French more than the European French. All right? Our French are way funnier than European French. You know, Guapo's European French now. He's not nearly as funny as Thorkin is. So, Lacombe is an English name and has no French. I'm pretty sure Lacombe. I'm pretty sure Lacombe is a Canadian French word. Like I said Lacombe because I'm pronouncing the E improperly, but I'm pretty sure Lacombe is a. I think it is. I don't know. What does Lac les Biches mean? What? There's a place between my place, my parents' place called Battle Dykes. Oh, okay, dude. So that's where my friend in high school went. Yeah. I don't know. French is a mix of Latin, Gaulish, and others. Yeah, it's cool, man. I wanted to learn how to speak French. I don't think I could learn it at this point in time. I don't think I could put the time and the energy required to learn to speak French properly. And like, what would I learn? Would I learn Quebec French, or would I learn like French? I don't know. I don't know what's more valuable. Who the fuck wants to go to Quebec, right? It's only funny when he speaks that outrageous accent. Yeah, basically. Found a little town called Bitch when I was driving in France once. There you go. We got worse towns in Canada though, so I can't make fun of any of like any place that or name of any place after living in Canada. I understand my place. It's not like I can't talk shit while living in Canada and making fun of the way places are named. It's just not. Wouldn't be proper of me. It'd be pretty bad. Do I want to drop us down to a bigger sky? I kind of don't, but I feel like I should. Toefield, Belothed, what? Can't remember which gender a table is in French. Oh yeah, right. In French, you guys have like gender words. Same thing in German and Spanish, right? I remember that about German when I had a friend who was from Germany. I had to learn my D das's and dares. Yeah, I remember that. Pioneer Hunting Village, I assume it was named. I don't know if we really do that in English as much. I don't know. English, I will admit, is the dumbest language. Like, everyone who learns it is like, bro, come on, you guys gotta fix this shit, man. You guys made me learn this dumbass language. You gotta fix this. No English second language speaker that I know has any respect for our language. There's no love, there's no elegance, there's no like, wow, learning English was so great. I learned so much about the romance and pronunciations of the spoken word. They're all just like, bro, what are you doing? Like, stop. This isn't cool anymore. You guys fucked up. You guys got a weird dumbass language. Just stop it. And you're like, okay, I'm sorry. Like, everyone can't be wrong, basically, is what I'm saying. You know? I did that when talking with Spanish. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't there a whole thing where, like, a video game company tried to like make like genderless words in Spanish, and then a bunch of Spanish people were like, that's not a real word or some shit. I don't know. I'm thinking you remove some of that stuff from the language. It's just too old, too ingrained. English is easier than French, mostly because our classes, we were told that there's rules in speaking it. Oh, really? You can make up words even. Oh, interesting. I guess. That kind of makes sense. Spanish is La Mesa. Yeah. Spanish is, I thought about trying to learn Spanish a while ago. Like, if I was going to learn one, like, European language, I thought it was going to be Spanish. Think about how big I'd be in South America if I learned how to speak Spanish. I'd be like Mr. Beast there. Nothing, no tabletop game is more popular in Mexico than D&D, after all. So the stats say. In French, people reverse words for no reason. Really? They say fuck it. Why not? French will mostly resume to because it sounds good, not logic. I mean, is it wrong? You're talking about a language here, right? Should it sound good? Right? Like, I do think that English has more flexibility than a lot of languages, probably. Now consider, I speak English decently. I speak Japanese okay. And I speak Korean poorly. Right? And then I understand French a little bit. But it feels like there's a lot more, which is confusing, but also you can change meaning really easily in English with nuance by changing like around structure. You can't change around the structure of a Japanese sentence. Really. You know? Japanese is like very rigid. There's like a way to say things, or else it just doesn't make sense what you're saying. That I always like never kind of like, that I can't ever explain to my Japanese friends, but how you can like you like reverse something for emphasis or for irony. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to explain, but you can't like there's like more rules in other languages that I've learned, but English is probably a pain for people who didn't grow up around it. Which is why I always feel so bad when somebody comes into chat and they're like, "Hey, sorry if my English is a little bit off. You know, it's not my first language." I'm like, "Bro, you got nothing to apologize for. Like, it's fine." You learned a whole ass another language. That's impressive. You don't gotta worry about if your English is awkward or whatever. Which sometimes if somebody's being dumb, I'll ask them if English is their first language. So I'm like, do you not understand that what you're saying is like stupid right now? Or like rude, I guess. Like, I don't just want to assume that you're being an asshole. Especially if it's like kind of weird or kind of like sus. And sometimes it's not. Sometimes someone's been like, no, it's not my first language. I'm like, okay, don't worry about it then. You know? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you have no idea. You're good. You're chilling. Last time I banned somebody, I did that because I was like, I just want to make sure you know you're being an asshole right now, right? Like, you're not just like you didn't just like miss something in the conversation here, right? Kind of like that about Japanese. I do too, but it also it's like one thing that all my Japanese friends that speak English say they like English because it's so expressive. They can I've heard from multiple Japanese friends disconnected from each other that they can express things in English they can't express in Japanese. But there's almost nothing that I can think of, obviously, except for certain words, certain individual words that you can like if it's things that you can't express in English that you can express in Japanese, it's certain words that have a meaning that doesn't translate, which every language has. Japanese has a lot of those. It's very efficient in that way, right? But there's certain ways where it's like you can construct something greater, like it's, to use a German word, English is like a Gestalt language. Wait, is this the smartest or dumbest thing I'm about to say? English is like a Gestalt language. You know, I use a German word for it. Where it's like, it's more than the sum of the words put together, right? But Japanese is like, has like gestalt words. I don't know. That was really smart or really dumb. I don't know which one, but I'll reflect on it today and think about it probably, you know, at like 5 or 6 while I'm eating dinner as to whether or not that was smart or dumb. But I think it was smart. I'm going to go with that one. Yeah. Saw a YouTube short yesterday where one of the trash taste people said Japanese people use very little sarcasm and air quotes is not a thing there. Yes, sarcasm in sarcasm in Japanese doesn't work. I'm not smart enough to use it, and I've almost never heard anyone use it before, right? The only time I've ever heard sarcasm used from Japanese people is when they're using an English like word with their sarcasm, right? Like that's the easiest way to convey sarcasm in Japanese is to use an English word that doesn't fit. That's interesting. I never thought about that, but that's absolutely true from like my experience with like speaking with Japanese friends and stuff. The only time they ever use sarcasm is when they are use a Japanese or use an English word in place of a Japanese word to presume absurdity and sarcasm. Yeah, gestalt is a good word for it. All right, there we go. Yep, I was right. English is language like English nicks things from other countries to enrich itself. I mean, do we take a lot from other languages? I don't know. Probably, you know. But yeah, it's easier. It's like English is like less but weird and contextual building blocks. You know, I've heard English is similar in that vein to Cantonese versus Mandarin because I have no idea how to decipher Cantonese, which is the majority of like Western Canada has a massive Chinese population, but it's almost exclusively Canto over there. So all your friends from Vancouver, they all speak Canto, and it's like very hard to learn because it's all like, I don't know, it's all like references and shit that you don't get. You're like, wait, what does that mean? That means something else completely different. Oh, but in this context, it means this, and you're like, okay, you say so, man. Because I had some friends in university that all spoke Canto, and I picked up a little bit of it because I was very interested in languages at the time. But it was very difficult. I didn't really get that far. There's a decent amount taken from other languages, which is probably why English can be a bit of inconsistent at times. A bit. It's hard to visualize the inconsistencies, though, because we don't really make that many mistakes all that often. Like mistaking intention just based on the language alone. It's usually like the context of the language, which it maybe is the language then at that point. I don't know, man. I still think we're doing it wrong. Whatever we're doing, it makes people who speak other languages first and better upset with us. So we got to fix our language. It's dumb. I think English has more slang in it than other languages I've heard. I've heard keeping up with like terminology is like very difficult. That we invent more words. There's a big difference between, you know, the generations are very obviously different from each other based on the different terminology they use. Zoomers calling everything lit and saying on God all the time. Millennials calling everything like cool and dude and bro. And then like, you know, old people, I don't know what old people say. I don't listen to old people. An old person starts talking to me and I just zone out, man. So I don't know if that's the same in other languages or not. Very much freestyle. That's interesting. I know nerd lingo. Yeah, I'm all like, yo, that's PogChamp, Dad. My dad's like, what the fuck is wrong with my kid? Oh God, we should have put on medicine. I can speak Joulet French. The whole thing is basically slang. I don't think that's a real thing. I think you just made that up. I've never heard about that. I've never heard that before, and I think you're gaslighting me. I think you just made all of that up. What you just said, Thorkin. I don't think Joulet French exists. I don't think that's how you pronounce it. And I think you're just talking shit right now. I don't know. Heard recently about Gat and the Rizzler, so I'm confused. Yeah. You gotta be careful with new slang. You gotta really look it up to figure out what it actually means before you say it or use it in a sentence. It's tough, man. It's tough keeping up. It's also regional too, I guess, in a lot of ways. This is the most detailed card I've ever done. I wanted to start this year off with a banger. It was taking longer than I thought. What is this? Joual? What is this? What is this shit? French pronouncing... What? What is this? French pronunciation... Hold on. Hold on. Thorkin, I have an issue. Joal. French pronunciation. 3 wall. What the fuck is a 3? This doesn't help. If anything, this context provides more questions than clarity. This is okay, whatever. Is the accepted name for linguistic features of Quebec, French associated with French-speaking working class in Montreal, which has become a symbol of national identity for some. So when you hear somebody, you're trying to make like a you know, like a dumb sounding like Cockney chimney sweep accent in your D&D game. Is this like the same thing but for Montreal? Soft J? Isn't that what I said? Joual? What's a softer than Joual? Yes? Okay, alright. Historically been stigmatized by some and celebrated by others. Well... Fuck. Thought I was gonna just pronounce it for me. Speakers of Quebec French from outside Montreal usually have other names to identify their speech, such as Magoa and Trois Riveres and Shaolin south of Trois Riveres. Linguists tend to eschew this term. Ooh, I like that. But historically, some have reserved the term Joual. Okay, what is it? Joual? I lost. For variant of Quebec's French spoken in Montreal. So, all right. I'm not learning multiple ways to speak to French people. What? Like, whatever is the most effective for me yelling profanity at a referee is like. But the thing is, when you're talking about French, like French Canadians yelling profanity at referees, they mostly speak English, which is weird. They mostly speak English when they're yelling profanities at the refs. They just throw in a French word every once in a while, which is really weird. So I don't know, man. All right, as far as we're gonna get today, we're not gonna finish the card off. I'm sorry, we're not gonna finish it. My bad. I thought we were going to. Didn't quite get there. Maybe we'll finish it tomorrow. We're starting a new character soon. I think we're gonna do that. So maybe we'll start that tomorrow or sometime soon. We didn't talk about any of our plans this year, which my bad. That I'm sorry. We just kind of got into stream and we're talking about dumb shit all day and having fun. So hopefully that wasn't too annoying. But I had fun today. It was a good first stream of the year. So set a good tone for hopefully the next week's streams. I am going to be away for a couple of weeks later in January. I'm not sure. Between the 2nd, 3rd, 3rd and 4th, or 4th and 5th weeks of January, being February. Not sure which ones it'll be off, but I am taking 2 weeks off. Almost 2 weeks. I'll probably stream on a Friday, then I won't stream the next week, and I'll stream the next Friday, if that makes sense. I don't know. But it'll be almost 2 full weeks off, probably like 10 or 12 days. To get a bunch of work done, do a bunch of stuff, catch a bunch on shit. So that's going to happen sometime later in the month, which is going to suck, and I'll miss streaming and shit, but it'll be fine. We got to talk about our release dates, because there's going to be some cool things coming up soon. The print store's coming up soon. Patreons are going to be relaunched soon. There'll be a bunch of shit, man. I'm excited. This year's going to be good. I'm actually pretty stoked about it. You know, I have plans in the future on the horizon that I'm like looking forward to, and I mean, I'm always looking forward to stream, but sometimes like general world building versus like doing something like important to Eldara kind of hits different. So yeah, I don't know, man. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy time off. We'll be waiting here when you return. Oh, I'm gonna be working the entire time, Sam. I'm gonna work so fucking hard. I'll make you guys proud, bro. I'm gonna do like 18-hour days, bro. I don't even care. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff to catch up and whatnot. So, but yeah, that's why I don't want to schedule it specifically. I don't know when, but I just know that I need to do that soon to get through some stuff. So, yeah, I'll enjoy it thoroughly. So, all right, I'll see you guys tomorrow though, and for the rest of the week at the very least. So. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you and your families and everyone. I wish you all happiness and success and wealth and abundance this year. Yeah, y'all deserve it. So I hope you win all your battles, obvious and not. And we're gonna have a great year. You guys got this. I got this. It's gonna be awesome. And until next time, my friends. Farewell.